court will please come to order. There's a quorum present. All of our court members are present. All legal notices have been posted, and the court is duly called. Is there a motion to open court?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Bailiff will please open court.
Good morning.
Morning.
And our invocation today will be given by a guest of mine, Pastor Marcus King. Marcus D. King spent the last 25 years, over 25 years of his life helping individuals discover their God-given purpose. After earning degrees in English, Christian ministry, and Christian education while attending Sam Houston State University, Dallas Baptist University, and Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary, King spent time as an 8th grade English teacher. He also served on the board of directors for several organizations, including the Chamber of Commerce, Dallas NAACP, and has over 25 years of experience in leadership and management. He spent over 10 years serving in church ministries and on church staff, as well-established ministries in Dallas. He is the founder and lead pastor of Disciple Central Community Church in DeSoto, a ministry that was birthed in 2008 with only 7 members. Since that time, DC3 has become a name in the community because of its outreach efforts in Dallas County, as well as in other countries, with such efforts in the Gambia, West Africa, Haiti, and Jamaica. Also, he is the president and CEO of Marcus D. King Ministries, Inc. He has also authored 5 books, the latest one, The Cost of Change, What to Expect When You're in Transition. His messages can be viewed online via the website at www.dc3online.org and other internet outlets. He shares life with his wife, Nicole, and their 3 children. Pastor?
How you doing, Judge?
Well,
I can't see. So
You're
ready?
you're
for me?
with us.
You're
Well,
with
we can
us.
hear you.
Oh, we can see you.
Okay. So good morning to you all, and thank you for this opportunity. Let's pray. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to pray for those servants who serve not only our city but our county, and even in our state. We just ask God that you just bless every conversation that takes place this day. There are a lot of decisions to be made, and so we know we need your wisdom in order to make those decisions. So God, guide them in every step, every conversation, help them hear, help them listen, and help them keep the heart of those who are in Dallas County as top priority, as well as their lives. We love you, God. We thank you. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
thank you. And our first 2 resolutions are from Commissioner Price.
And I thought I saw Judge Crusoe. Okay. But I'm going to ask the court, regardless, if he is supposed to appear, and I'm going to ask for a motion, first of all, to suspend the agenda. And I'm asking that because court order number 15 is before the court. I'd ask you to look at it, and I didn't want him to have to return to talk, to speak to it. So if I can get a motion to suspend, that's the only reason for the suspension of the agenda. So I make a motion to suspend the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and that's only, that's only for him, okay? Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Today, we are very pleased to have two resolutions with employees that have given faithful service. I'm going to ask Sherri Lyn Turner and the delegation that accompanies her to come forward. Judge Roden, I think that means you can come too. And while they're coming, let me just begin this resolution. Whereas Sherri Lyn Turner will be retiring on October the 30th, 2021 with 15 years of continuous service to Dallas County as an assistant district attorney. And whereas Sherri Turner graduated from Lamar University with a BA in accounting in 1989. She is a CPA candidate. She received her law degree from Thurgood Marshall School of Law in 1993. And whereas Sherri has been married for over 20 years to Mr. Mervyn D. Turner. He's the General Counsel for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of the General Counsel, Region 6. They have two daughters who attended the University of Texas at Dallas with majors in mechanical engineering and computer science. And whereas Sherri began her government legal career with the City of Arlington as a collection attorney in December 1993, and within a year, she was condemning property for the City of Arlington. During her time there, she had over 35 commissioners' hearings, and she advised on property acquisition as well as the construction contracts. And whereas in June 2000, she was employed by the North Texas Toll Authority, she bought and sold property for NTTA. She reviewed and drafted engineering contracts for the tollway project. She advised the procurement and insurance department on contracts with the NTTA. And whereas in August 2006, Sherri was hired to pursue and prosecute condemned actions for government projects and to advise Dallas County Public Works. She has become a trusted legal advisor to the Public Works Department. She has been responsible for condemnation proceedings as well as reviewing and drafting contracts for Dallas County road and bridge projects. Amen. And whereas Sherri has condemned property and provided legal advice on key projects in Dallas County, including Bonneville Road, Medical District Drive, Harry Hines Boulevard, Wintergreen, North Haven Trails, and Cottonwood Trail, amongst others. Several projects succeeded because of Sherri's legal advice and oversight. And whereas Sherri has been successfully negotiating contracts with many cities in Dallas County, the Texas Department of Transportation, the North Central Texas Council of Government, Union Pacific Railroad, DART, Trinity River Authority, and Trinity Railway Express. And whereas Sherri has successfully argued before the 5th Court of Appeals in Dallas, a case of first impression, Dallas County versus Crestview Corners Car Wash, 370 Southwest 3D25 Texas Ave 2012. And for the first time in history, the 5th Court of Appeals heard and decided an impairment of access, the issue, making it new law for the jurisdiction. And whereas Sherri enjoys planning for retirement and looks forward to now actually retiring, she plans to spend more quality time with her family, enjoying traveling and church, and she plans to spend more time volunteering at her church, the Living Gospel Church. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court commends and thanks Sherri Lyn Turner for 15 years of diligent and faithful service to the citizens of Dallas County and the many county partners and constituencies with whom she has served with distinction. We wish her the very best in her retirement, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge Roden, I'm going to ask you to come forward first. Yeah.
But I want to tell you that she's been an essential part of the civil division.
Is the mic working, Jason? Is the mic working? The mic.
The citizens,
There we go.
thank you, that the citizens don't go over, that Sherri hasn't touched upon and handled many legal issues to do that. So she's got that legacy of projects, and what a great thing she's provided to the citizens. But there's one more thing I want to add about Sherri and her impact on our office. Sherri has been vocal about benefits provided by the county and has taken advantage of those benefits. And I know personally that we have staff members who will credit Sherri and her talking to them about planning for the future, that they have credited her for actually starting their own deferred comp accounts with Dallas County to take advantage of that benefit and to plan for their future. And boy, what a great legacy that is for her co-workers that she has done that. So we're going to miss Sherri. I tried to entice her with our new offices. It almost worked. If I had just shown them to her a week earlier, she may not have done this. But thank you, Sherri.
Alberta?
I was trying to sit to the side and just act like I was on the sideline here. Yes, Sherri will definitely be missed. We've been very far on many of these projects. Matter of fact, Sherri is still working. We had a couple of meetings this week where Sherri was instrumental, and she even in the midst of this, she's telling me about the email and the information that she wrote up for these agreements that we still have to get out. And so Sherri's, we've been trying to talk her out of it, but I agree with Judge Roden here that she's been talking about this for 15 years. She talks to us about what she's going to do every day, but then at the same time, she keeps working, and she keeps working very, very hard. So Sherri, you will be missed, but we're going to keep working until you leave. Thanks.
Gary, you want last one? Introductions, whatever.
I just want to thank everyone here for giving me this opportunity. It has been wonderful. I love it. It was a hard decision to make because I love what I do. And seeing the new office, I was this close, talking to Alberta and her group. They were this close. I mean, very, very close for me saying, okay, but the only thing is I keep telling them, the project's going to keep going and going and going. But I will be around to give anyone retirement advice. And so I do thank Dallas County for providing the retirement seminars 3-4 times a year, and I have taken advantage of those. So I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate our retirement system here. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to work here for 15 years. It has been
You want
nice.
to introduce this delegation you have
yes.
with you?
I have my sister here, Dr. Abram. I have my mom, Yolanda Lewis, my husband, Mervyn Turner, here, and, my mother-in-law, you see her right there. My mother-in-law right here, who is, can I say your age? Who is 89 years old. So, yes. And of course, my dear friend, Danica Carruthers, who you all know. And we have Ben, Stoll, sorry, and Barbara Nichols, Jana Ferguson, and of course Paul Hamilton here. And so Paul is also a reason why I just jump-started it more too.
Well, I've had the occasion, to know all of them, and of course, you and Danica, for those of you, it was, the church was in my district, still in my district, I guess. You moved to the new place, and you're still in my
the new
district.
building.
And I've had the occasion to be in church services with them and at homegoing transition celebrations. And those of us who do roads and bridges understand that nothing gets through the eye of the needle without Sherri's blessings. I've got a lot of cities. I've got cities with attorneys, but unless it comes by Sherri Turner, it just doesn't quite get there. And believe me, she dots every I and double crosses every T. And so I just want to thank you, Sherri. Thank you for your years. We're glad that you're going to be handy for advice, because Judge Roden has enough emails flying back and forth, and he is going to have to try to get some assistance in that area. But it is it's a challenging area. You've got to be subject matter expert. You got to be astute in terms of that area. So it's not just a flyby. And so we thank you. We thank you for all those years, and we wish you Godspeed. Our loss is going to be the church's gain. We know where you and Danica will be. So we just want to say thank you. Thank you for all.
I just wanted to add a little bit to what you had to say too, Commissioner Price, because so many of the projects that you have dealt with they're all over the county, and thus I knew a lot of them very, very well also. And I always knew that after your fingerprints were on them, that we would have a much easier time completing that particular projects. And and I know, everyone, Ms. Alberta over there knows so well that they don't always go as smoothly as what we would like. But with your guidance, with your help, and I kind of joke, knowing that your fingerprints were there made it a lot easier. So thank you very much, and likewise, good luck, because I know that wherever you go, you're going to do good. And that's appreciated by all of us, by the whole community. So thank you.
So we'd ask you to come forward and take your picture. All your group. Judge, the boycotters, come on. Yeah. Yeah, come on, brothers. Where's mine? Yeah, we got it. Yeah, Barbara. How are we getting to that part?
We wanted the group.
Yeah, you can take it. I don't know. Can you get it around that, that thing? Right, got it? Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, congratulations. Thank you very much. Mr. Stewart,
Mr. Stool.
good to see you. The next resolution, Judge, Commissioners, I also have the pleasure for John Richardson, who is retiring after 30 years of service. And I would ask Sheriff Richardson and his delegation to come forward. Okay. Again, whereas Dallas County has a rich history of exemplary employees who stretch beyond the call of duty for the sake of our citizens and communities. And whereas John Richardson is a native Hoosier, hailing from Paoli, the county seat in Paoli Township, Orange County, and is a proud graduate of Lancaster High School in Dallas County. And whereas John Richardson began his career with Dallas County on January the 28th, 1991, as a detention officer in the Lusteric West Tower. And whereas John Richardson has been devoted to his position and has proven as much by his work as a detention officer in the Government Center jail and his assignment at the Inmate Programs Division since July 2014. And whereas John Richardson is a proud husband to his wife Lisa, an employee in the Facilities Management Department at the University of Texas at Arlington. And whereas John Richardson celebrated 30 years of service in January and listing camping and traveling as his hobbies when he's not at work. Therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court now congratulates John Richardson as he announced a well-deserved retirement and offers our best wishes for his committed service on behalf of the citizens of Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
House Richardson.
Good morning.
Morning.
John Richardson is unable to be with us today. On behalf of Sheriff Marion Brown and the Dallas County Sheriff Department, I would like to accept his resolution on his behalf.
Thank you. Okay. They didn't do this right anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
And the next resolutions are mine. So thank you, college, judge, members of the audience. Good morning, buenos dias. And the first resolution is for the Hindu Heritage Month. And I'm very honored to have here some very good friends of Dallas County, not only in the Hindu community, within the BAPS organization, and they are Dual Tank, Parish Patel, and Parshar Pandya, and I'm going to ask them to come forward. And it's a very special celebration as they celebrate, and we all celebrate as a community, the Hindu Heritage Month. This festival means 9 nights, and I am very honored to present this resolution, and it reads, whereas Dallas County is proud of the rich and diverse history of all its citizens and acknowledge their many contributions to our state and nation, and whereas Texans of Hindu faith celebrate their heritage every autumn with a 9-day festival, Shardaya Navratri, which is the ancient tradition of bringing the community together to showcase love, joy, peace, and unity. And whereas Shardaya Navratri will celebrate from Thursday, October 7, 2021 to Thursday, October 14, 2021. And whereas Texans of the Hindu faith also celebrate Diwali, commonly referred to as the Festival of Lights, a 5-day festival making the start of the Hindu New Year. And whereas Diwali will celebrate it from Monday, November 1st, 2021 to Friday, November 5th, 2021. And whereas Dallas County recognizes the vibrant traditions and countless achievements of friends and fellow citizens of the Hindu faith, as well as their lasting contributions, all of which have strengthened our culture, diversity, and economy, and these celebrations are marked today. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize October as Hindu Heritage Month in Dallas County and appreciate all the cultural, education, and economical contributions to the ethnic tapestry of Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
I'll yield second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Namaste and good morning, Honorable Dallas County Judge, honorable county commissioners and other esteemed members and attendees of the Commissioners Court, as well as friends across this great county. My name is Dhaval Tank, and it is my privilege today to speak a few words to mark the celebration of the Hindu Heritage Month. To celebrate is to shine a light and reflect deeply on the ideas and the way of life itself that makes Hindus an upstanding part of our community. But what are these ideas? And who are our ideals who inspire us to contribute and live a life of spirituality? First, I can't help but think of Prince Ram, who teaches us the value of patience and forgiveness. After 14 years of exile, he came home and he reminded us to never give up hope, our values, even in the face of insurmountable odds. His return home after 14-year exile indeed marks the celebration of Diwali, the festival of lights that even centuries later Hindus celebrate with reverence and joy. Next, the story of the child yogi Nilkant from over 200 years ago. Nilkant took upon a pilgrimage across thousands of miles to inspire people to find that most elusive of things, inner peace. Even today, his sacred image resides at our temple in Irving, Texas, and his remarkable life teaches us to look beyond the body, the material things, and our mind for lasting peace and happiness. Finally, the life of great realized gurus like Pramukh Swami and Mahant Swami Maharaj, who have come here to Dallas on many occasions, that teach us that in the joy of others lies our own. That to find our true unchanging self, to find true inner peace, we must look for the good and indeed the inner divinity of others, and to look beyond their class, creed, and color, to come together and be united in our efforts to build a better world. These ideals have taught us to build strong families, seek education, live an addiction-free life, and inspire others as well. They teach us to work hard and become great teachers, or doctors, or entrepreneurs. In this way, our work has been an expression of our values and our ideals. As we celebrate this Festival of Lights, I'm happy to share that the BAPS Swaminarayan Mandir this past year has lived these ideals. Together, we have given over 175,000 PPE across the country. We have provided 90,000 meals to the needy across this great land. We have walked 200 million steps, or 100,000 miles, to raise $50,000 for cancer research. But behind these numbers, there's an expression, behind these expressions of giving lies a beating heart of spirituality. So as we call in the Hindu New Year, I would like to invite everyone here to join us in this festival of renewal and light on Friday, November the 5th at the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir in Irving, Texas. And on behalf of the American Indian community, I'd like to thank Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins, County Commissioner Dr. ELBA GARCIA, and her office and other respected county commissioners in District 4 for inviting us. And finally, we hope we can continue to build mutual bridges of trust, respect, and love, and I hope we can all come together in peace and see the goodness in all. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you. Namaste. Jai Swaminarayan.
Thank you, Mr. Tang. And do you want to introduce Mr. Patel and Mr. Pandya and say a few words?
Absolutely. These are both of my colleagues and indeed my friends. This is Parashar Pandya and this is Mr. Patel. We've been working together over many years and doing incredible work in the community, and we share our values, we live out our values, we live out our faith through the act of running BAPS charities, where we're doing things like running walkathons, we're doing things like preparing these hot meals to serve to people, and just trying to bring our faith to more people. So it's wonderful to be here today, and I speak on behalf of both of them that thank you for inviting us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being such a great partner with Dallas County during this pandemic. Your work is very recognizable. Thank you. You want to come forward and have a picture with the whole court?
Thank you.
So good to see you. So good to see you. Thank you. Always enjoy seeing you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next resolution is for an organization that really has been in the community for many years, and it's a great honor to recognize their anniversary. I mean, a big, anniversary coming on. So I am going to ask Ms. Leonor Marquez, Chief Executive Officer of Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic, and Jolene Bagwell, Chief Development Officer, to come forward to receive this resolution that I'm very honored to present today. And it reads, whereas Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic, LBU Community Clinic, was established in 1971 after West Dallas residents recognized a need to serve a population disenfranchised from the economic and social services of the city due primarily to language and cultural differences. They united to open this community clinic in a portable building. Whereas the mission of LBU Community Clinic is to proudly provide quality care to all people, creating a safe, affordable, and accessible healthcare experience for everyone. Whereas LBU Community Clinic has been fully accredited by the Joint Commission since 1998. The clinic outcomes are systematically monitored to achieve this accreditation. Licensed physicians, dentists, and nurses are also formally credentialed and granted clinical privileges. And whereas LBU Community Clinic proudly provides top-notch, comprehensive healthcare services to all people, regardless of race, ethnicity, place of residence, or even the ability to pay. And whereas their diverse and bilingual staff members understand patient needs and treat everyone with the compassion and respect they deserve, as their main goal is to preserve illness and promote health in the communities they serve. Whereas LBU has flourished tremendously since its opening. 88% of the clinic's 24,000 patients are Latino, and 59% are uninsured. Over 30 clinicians provide nearly 80,000 patient visits each year. Patients are drawn from all parts of Dallas County, although West Dallas, Oak Cliff, Grand Prairie, and South Dallas are the core communities they serve. And whereas today LBU Community Clinic has over 70,000 square feet of clinic space on the West Dallas campus and the newer healthcare centers, LBU Oak Cliff and LBU South Oak Cliff, Texas. It provides culturally competent primary care and services including pediatrics, prenatal care, adult care, mental health care, dental care for children, women, infant care, WIC, services, and other supported services. And whereas this year we join Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic in a celebration of their 50-year anniversary. For this special occasion, they are planning a unique fun drive-through event at LBU Oak Cliff on West Illinois, across from Dallas College Mountain View campus, on Thursday, October 28, 2021. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulate Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic on their 50-year anniversary and commend them for their efforts to ensure the health and well-being of underserved families in Dallas County, and I proudly move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Marquez?
Thank you. Judge Jenkins, Commissioners, good morning. It's such an honor to be here. We are very proud of the work we do at Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic, and we are honored to be recognized by the Commissioners Court. We're proud of the work we've done during the pandemic. We've done thousands and thousands of tests by now, and we've done somewhere like about 22,000 vaccines, coronavirus vaccines, and counting. So we're proud of that. We are honored to be here. Thank you for all you do for the community. We are proud to be partners with you. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, Jolene Bagwell. She is the Chief Development Officer.
Thank you, Lenore. Thank you, Commissioners and Judge Jenkins. I had nothing prepared to say today. I know that some of you will be attending our event on October 28th at our campus across from Mountain View College. I'd like to invite everybody in the court and all the commissioners to also attend that event. It's a drive-through event. It'll be a lot of fun. And we're delighted to have been serving this community for 50 years. We couldn't serve this community without the help and support of the community and elected officials before me today and others. So thank you so much for this great honor.
Thank you both for being here. I do have to say, all the organizations that we recognize today have been instrumental in helping Dallas County fight this pandemic, and Los Barrios Unidos was in the forefront of one of the zip codes that was the hardest hit in Dallas County, 75211, and we couldn't have done it without your help and partnership. I also have to say that Los Barrios Unidos, has a special place in my heart and professional career. I work at that mobile unit in West Dallas as a dental assistant and later as a dentist. So I have to say that I've seen you grown, and being the fabulous organization that today is celebrating 50 years. And that's not a small achievement. And it could be done without great leadership and great women leadership en Los Barrios Unidos Clinic. So, muchísimas gracias, muchas felicidades, y por ahí nos vemos el 28 con el favor del Señor.
I would like to take a moment also, because I was an intern at Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic in the Double Y. It was late 70s, 78, 79 in there, and there was so much hope, there was so much service, and vision for what could happen in the future. So I just wanted to say congratulations, because it is, as the good Commissioner Garcia has said, there will always be, a very special place in my heart for Los Barrios and all that they have done, not only to your very specific community right there, but to be a leader in so many different ways for so many people throughout the whole Dallas area. So thank you very much. And the last part of it is we're not quite done yet either. So I know that the look in your eye says that you're going to be there to continue in that forward motion that Los Barrios has always been a leader in. So congratulations. Hope to see you on the 28th. And just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to come and have a picture with the whole court?
Yes.
There you go. No, gracias, mi amor. Muchísimas gracias.
So good to see you. So good to see you. It's been a little bit since I was over there. Thank you so much for all you do.
You stay, Yoli.
stay, she's
Nami
got
will take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The other two resolutions, colleagues, will not be received today. They will be given at a different time. So they're on the agenda, and I will just move to approve the Dallas Concilio Hispanic Services Organization resolution.
Second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And that was for the 40-year anniversary. And last but not least, there's also a retirement of a city manager in this county who has done a fabulous job for many years, and he is going to be retiring, and that's Mr. Tom Hart, who has served Grand Prairie since 1999 as a city manager, and obviously he has seen Grand Prairie grown, not only with a lot of different projects, but the reconstruction of historic uptown Theater and the construction of the Ruthie Jackson Center and Gardens, Grand Prairie Memorial Gardens, Tony Shotwell Life Center and Library, Prairie Paws Adoption Center, the Splash Factory, the Cabins and Lodge of Lloyd Park, Alliance State Park, the Public Safety Training Center, the Municipal Courthouse, the Public Safety Building, the Summit Active Adult Center, Epic Waters Indoor Park, Playground Adventures, Downtown Facade Improvements, City Hall Central, and campus renovations, and of course the Epic Arts, Business, and Entertainment Center. So his achievements are big for the city of Grand Prairie. I have the honor of working with him in several of the projects, trails, transportations, as well as the municipal courthouse and the satellite clinic for Parkland. So he will be missed, but you know, after 45 years of outstanding services, he is retiring. So I move for this resolution to be approved and presented at a different date.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, you, Commissioner Daniels, the next two.
Thank you very much. I do have the next two resolutions, and I would like to start with the recognition of Mark Cuban, and I think there are a few people here in support of this particular resolution. So if you would come forward at this time. Thank you very much. Whereas Dallas County takes special notice when an individual has gone above and beyond in taking steps to make our community a better place and help their fellow citizens, especially when those citizens are some of our most vulnerable and at-risk individuals in our community. And whereas Mark Cuban is an outstanding citizen, a successful businessman and entrepreneur, owner of our Dallas Mavericks, one of the stars of Shark Tank, and a prolific philanthropist in our Dallas County community. As a prominent member of the business and philanthropic community, Mark Cuban has supported some of the most critical projects in our community. And whereas Mr. Cuban has stepped forward to assist Dallas County and its citizens in helping those vulnerable individuals who find themselves struggling with substance abuse disorders and/or mental health issues. And whereas Dallas County, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Parkland Hospital, and the Dallas Police Department have partnered with Homeward Bound to establish Dallas County Deflects, an interdisciplinary intervention agency committed to positively addressing and breaking the repetitive cycle of incarceration for those vulnerable members of our community burdened with mental health illnesses and/or substance abuse disorders. And whereas Dallas County Deflects was established to provide wraparound services and support for our fellow citizens who face these challenges on a daily basis. And whereas the goal of Dallas County Deflects is to redirect or to deflect these individuals away from the Dallas County Jail and the criminal justice system altogether, and into vital rehabilitative services and resources in an effort to address their long-term core needs. And whereas the success of Dallas County Deflects not only depends on the commitment of our political leadership and law enforcement, but also on our business and private community partners and our citizen leaders to support, enhance, and sustain the important and vital mission of the Dallas County Deflects. And whereas Mr. Cuban has now personally stepped up to fund and support one of the most crucial components of this project, the safety and security of the Dallas County Deflects and those people who work and receive services there. And whereas Mr. Cuban has made a sizable monetary contribution to fund the security needs of Dallas County Deflects, which will fund on-site security personnel for the center's initial 3 years of operation. Now, therefore, the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes Mark Cuban as he continues his support of the Dallas area and for his generous personal contribution to fund and support the security operations of Dallas County Deflects. And I so move.
Now, second, and let me ask Judge before we take a motion, if the author of the resolution will place in the stakeholder partners the community of Highland Hills. And I'll speak more to that. I know the Judge Crusoe and all of us, we've had a number of community meetings out there. And as far as I'm concerned, they are a partner in this endeavor. It is in the middle of that community that they have, that we've had to, I wouldn't use the word arm wrestle, but we work cooperatively, collaboratively to make this come to fruition. So if the author will accept that, a friendly
We can work that in.
adjustment, I'd appreciate it. And Judge, I do second and call the question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And we do have a number of people here, I think, who have some, have had a long-term commitment in a lot of different ways, but as it takes all of us, a large group of us, I would also like to say that there is one person not here, and that is Robert Hart, who is with the Cuban Foundation, who was very instrumental in making all of this possible. But I do like to give a moment to those who did manage to be here in person. I don't think there's anybody online, but why don't we start with, I think they're deciding who goes first. Is it going to be Kim Nesbitt, or is it going to be
Judge
Doug?
Nesbitt.
Good morning, y'all. Commissioners, Judge Jenkins, just on behalf of Dallas County, the District Attorney's Office, and our collaboration with all of the partners, we gratefully want to thank you for all that you gave to this, and also Mr. Cuban for him donating this sizable sum of money, which was the final puzzle in our monetary need for this project. And a gentleman who works with him, who I met, Robert Hart, when we started, Mr. Hart and I started talking about this project and what it was going to mean to Dallas County just on a weekend at a lake. And Mr. Hart said, wow, that sounds like something Mark might be interested in. And I said, well, I'd like to get in touch with him. And he said, send him an email. And since Mr. Cuban and I are both from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I thought, well, I'll use that commonality and start off the email that way. And he responded. And so here we are today, that he did go ahead and donate this money because he does care so much about Dallas County.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Kim.
Judge Jenkins, Commissioners, I'm Doug Denton, Executive Director of Homeward Bound. Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel, for this resolution. Our board chair talked to Mr. Cuban about 10, 12 years ago about possibly supporting Homeward Bound's projects, and he said, let's give it some time. We need to mature as a group, and this is a outstanding demonstration of that maturity of the Mark Cuban Foundation, the Dallas Mavericks, and everything they've done. I'm humbled by this and our Homeward Bound's attempt to mature in this community. Last I saw, Commissioner Garcia was 4 days ago at the 125th anniversary of Child and Family Guidance. My friends from Los Barrios celebrating their 50th, and last week Homeward Bound celebrated its 41st anniversary of serving Dallas County. So it's been a long road to serve this population, and this takes us a long way. The generosity and the recognition of the need of the Deflection Center has been incredible. Mr. Cuban's contribution, AT&T's contribution, standing behind me, Judge Crusoe's monetary contribution, Commissioner Daniel, your contribution. Yesterday, we received a donation from the Regional Black Contractors Association to further this project. And I'm forgetting, the Catholic Diocese actually stepped up for this project. So we are and
Parkland Foundation.
The Parkland Foundation is stepping up and establishing a clinic in there. Thank you for that. And it's going to be a beautiful thing for the population of initially our zip code 75241 and South Central, right care team, and then it's going to expand countywide. And I think Judge Crusoe has some significant plans for that. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Doug.
Well, first of all, good morning, Judge and Commissioners, and thank you very much for recognizing Mr. Cuban and what he has meant to this project. Just to give you an update, the project is under construction. We expect for it to be done after the first of the year. But the most important thing is this evidences Dallas County's and the District Attorney's Office commitment to solving the problem of homelessness and criminality on low levels on the streets of Dallas County. I want to let you know that even though this is in the city of Dallas and initially it's going to be used by the city of Dallas, all of the other suburban entity cities are interested in this, and so we are helping them and making monetary investments with them to solve these problems of mental health. One of the things that's come to my attention since becoming district attorney as I see films and I look over cases of officer-involved shootings is how many of these people are mentally ill and in some instances are actually trying and successfully committing suicide. And so anything that we can do to solve this problem of mental health crises on the streets, anything that we can do to solve the issue of criminal trespass, we want to do it. We want to be proactive, get in front of the problem, because eventually, as you know, it comes into the criminal justice system and the jail, and we all start paying tremendous amounts of money when we do that. So we're happy to help our communities, help the city of Dallas, help the Singing Hills neighborhood, and we're happy to have all of the partnerships. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Judge, I want to say, first of all, Doug, thank you. And I had a chance to visit the other day and look at the work, and I thank our facilities department, Mr. Bazan, and our team for all that they have done to aid in the reconstruction of the facility. It was a real challenge, and we had a chance to tour that facility and see where we were. But Judge, I want to thank you for the for the courage to step forward when in fact we weren't, there wasn't a welcome mat. We had a challenge just, when we went to the community. But then when we just decided to do the add-on and the deflection center, there was at least some rancor. We were able to demonstrate where a number of those individuals were hailing from in terms of the community. And you did not hide and watch. When we had our meetings, community meetings, you were up front, and I appreciate that. A lot of times, politicians want to take the easy way out, and you didn't. And that's one of the reasons I asked the author to consider, because I think what the community has now seen, that this is not only in their best interest, but in the best interest of our citizenry there. And so I just want to say thank you for that courage. Doug sees us, as in this court has heard me say that. He gets those Saturday night telephone calls, and he may be in New York, but he answers his cell phone. And when we have constituents in distress and they need some immediate attention, we're able to mobilize and collaborate with that. And I know Chief Richardson understands that, because I get those telephone calls. And Judge, we just continue to appreciate Homeward Bound and all they do. I want to thank this team because you moved the ball forward. And so, thank you.
Before you leave that spot, Judge, I would also like to say that, yes, you were one of those people 25 years ago talking about the particular needs of people and the process by which they cycle in and out of the county jail, primarily because of mental health, substance abuse issues. And so your voice at that point, I think, was incredibly instrumental in beginning to set the road up, the pathway. But I think it's also interesting that it's been within the last probably 6 to 8 years of preparing Dallas County in so many different ways, whether it was making sure that we had the data, making sure that a number of other departments were on the same pathway of what you were talking about. We had the development of the Right Care Unit with the great success that they have experienced, which is a slightly different form of diversion, but has been very, very successful. And by that, so many more members of the community saw firsthand what it does mean to really focus in on these things. So I was very, very pleased when you joined the Dallas County team as district attorney, because that definitely put you in a particular position to unite and bring together, because of your jurisdictional overlaps, to be able to actually bring this type of a project to fruition. And so that the timing was perfect. There's a readiness factor that is needed in order to have successful projects. And you definitely stepped up and said, the time is now, let's do it, and you pulled it all together. So I just wanted to commend that, your vision and your insight in being able to see what that opportunity was that we had today and to bring it together. And then, Mr. Cuban, obviously, and so many, many other partners have been so instrumental in making sure what Parkland plays. And I do not want to let Carol Lucky and Walter Taylor get away without saying, okay, what is it? How does that mental health piece really fit in here? And so if you would come forward too and join us, if you might have a couple of words. But thank you, Judge Crusoe, for being there and taking advantage of the opportunities.
North Texas Behavioral Health Authority is here because we see the vision. We're so proud of the leadership we've gotten from the Dallas County Commissioners Court and from Judge Crusoe. That kind of leadership is why we're able to do this. We're committed to resources as well as services to support this project, and we can't thank you enough for making this a reality for the people that we serve, which are people with mental illness and people with substance use disorders. So thank you, Commissioners Court, and thank you, Judge Crusoe.
And I just want to add something. I think Commissioner Daniels hit it right on the nail. It's about being ready, and all the organizations, the judiciary, and everybody that is working hard to provide the services. At the end of the day, it couldn't happen without all of you. We appreciate Mr. Cuban's, approach and help, but I think the main issue is all of you will make the difference. And Judge Crusoe, that you've been, playing this drum for a long time. I'm glad that finally, we're making music. So thank you so much to all of you, and I look forward to continue working with you.
Just like to add you all, and Mark, if you're watching online, thank you for supporting this group and for all you do for our community.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that as well. Mark Cuban is certainly a special philanthropist. His intervening in the Delonte West situation, of course, was highlighted and was important. It was important for a lot of folks to see someone who's an NBA player. I mean, this guy has everything I could ever want. And there he was panhandling and dealing with the throes of terrible addiction. This is someone that you would think stood so strong and so proudly for so long. He should be able to stand up on his own, and it took someone else getting in there and providing hope. And I think that's exactly what Judge Crusoe has seen for so long, that so many in the public will look at the revolving door, look at the individuals that are homeless, that are mentally ill, that are in the throes of addiction, and see that they're incorrigible and they're defiant, when rather at the core of it is always hopelessness. So this Deflection Center starts that road, gives a hope, tells them, listen, there's another path, and there's going to be resources here to help you get on that path. No one's ever going to say that it's easy, but here's hope. Here's a way out of that revolving door. So I want to thank you for that important light in a sometimes very dark world.
Thank you.
And want to recognize, I think behind the mask, is that Laura? Okay, we're not going to leave out our criminal justice department, Laura Edmonds, and all she does in terms of trying to manage that population in and out of custody, and with regards to state hospitals, et cetera. And so Laura Edmonds does that, and so thank you, Laura, as well.
And this partnership is what makes it all happen. So thank you to everybody and those who could not be here today, to Mark Cuban and his insight and foresight. So thanks. Let's come forward, take a photo of this momentous occasion.
While they're coming forward, we did suspend the agenda so we could address the one order that Judge Crusoe was here for as well.
Judge Crusoe on Court Order 15 if he wants to. I don't know if you want to. Right, if you want to say it. Judge, good to see you as well. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you very much all for coming out this morning.
Hey, Doctor, good to see you. Carol,
Thank you.
long time no see, good to see you again. Thank you for everything you all do.
Okay. Don, you okay?
Good to see you first. And you, my lord. The second resolution this morning is to recognize that this is Cybersecurity Month, and I know that Ms. Melissa Kraft is here, and I think that Chief Bass is online, so we'll be hearing from him in a minute. But now it's the 18th year that Cybersecurity Awareness Month, previously known as National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, continues to raise awareness about the importance of cybersecurity across our nation, ensuring that all Americans have the resources they need to be safer and more secure online. Whereas cybersecurity maturity is a journey, and Dallas County implements the following tools to ensure a safer ride. Recognizing that cybersecurity starts at the top, the Dallas County IT Department will take the lead to deploy training for all Dallas County employees. This month, the IT Department will present promotions and outreach focused on different areas, such as being cyber smart, recognizing phishing threats, and giving cybersecurity the priority it deserves. Whereas the Chief Information Officer worked closely with the Office of Budget and Evaluation to ensure that their budget allocation provides the proper infrastructure to reduce vulnerabilities inherent in the technologies we all use and to allow for additional highly skilled cybersecurity talent. Whereas cybersecurity is critical throughout Dallas County, including the protection of Dallas County residents' health care and criminal justice data, as well as protecting the integrity of our voting system. Whereas the County Commissioners Court would like to recognize the IT department team for the consistently amazing work they do to keep our system safe. They will be sharing additional cybersecurity tips in our broadcast throughout this month. And whereas the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the National Cybersecurity Alliance, and the National Association of State Chief Information Officers have declared October as Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And all citizens are encouraged to visit each of their websites to learn more about cybersecurity and put knowledge into practice in their homes, schools, workplaces, and businesses. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month, recognizing that maintaining the security of cyberspace is a shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role, and I so move.
Second, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Koch.
That's fine.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We do have Ms. Melissa Kraft, the Director of the IT Department for Dallas County, who does have some insights into this.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'll keep it pretty short here, but did want to give you a tidbit. Did you know in 2021, the average cost for a data breach arose to $4.24 million, which is the highest in the last 17-year history of this report. On average, we have around 46,000 threats a month here at Dallas County. So, with that being said, it's definitely not an if, it's when. So we always have to, make sure we have a plan, we have a strategy. We're always trying to keep up with emerging threats. But also, it goes into the people. We really do have a dedicated team. I want to thank Victor, Dennis, Penn and some of our other folks too, at G, and some of our T folks that have really stepped up as we're recruiting for a new CISO. You know, right now I feel like the maturity of our processes is evolving, so really want to thank all the commissioners and judge for your support, and also for, you know, the recent approval for some of our CJS programs to help kind of start to evaluate and start to develop some of the plan and put it in action. So I didn't want to talk too much. I do have a couple of folks online. So I have Victor Newsom, who's going to kind of kick off our Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Victor, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning to everyone. And first of all, I just want to start off by saying that it's great to be part of an organization such as Dallas County that actually embraces cybersecurity awareness. And the IT security team, along with IT services, we definitely look forward to our continuous work with the Commissioners Court, with Dallas County's Department of Homeland Security, and the employees of Dallas County to enhance the security posture of Dallas County. And then lastly, the last thing that I have is that in line with the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month theme is for everyone out there to do your part and stay cyber smart. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a great excuse why they're not on site today. We have an election to run, so they're kind of monitoring our tools, and they're kind of remote at those locations at this time. So again, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge. We really appreciate your support, and also leading from the front and taking the cybersecurity awareness training, making sure we stay up to date. So thanks.
Speaking of which, is Chief Bass on? I think Chief Bass wanted to say a few things because of the part that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll yield to Judge Jenkins or Mr. Martin, who's physically present in the courtroom, for any remarks about our training, planning, and exercise in cybersecurity.
Okay, we're okay.
Thank you, Chief Bass.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah,
We
okay.
will, I know we will be hearing more from you about cybersecurity and how all of Dallas County employees can be better prepared. So thank you very much. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
Yes, to emphasize, Chief Bass, we have to practice so we can get ready, you know, when it does happen, and we will have cybersecurity exercise. Our goal is to try to do that once or twice a year, real-time setting, so we can practice our plans, our procedures, and our processes to make sure they stay intact and we can mature over time.
Thank you very much. Back to you,
All right.
Judge.
And I have the last resolution this morning, and that is for our employees of the month. And if any of those employees are with us online or here, if you're here, you can come forward. I think most of us are online now. Whereas Dallas County is in the 9th year of recognizing key members of our workforce for their outstanding performance in their everyday duties. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program was established in 2012 to formally salute employees chosen as Employee of the Month and have their names written in the record of Dallas County. And whereas this annual program allows elected officials and department directors to select employees who rise to the challenge of public service and represent the first-class public sector organization we strive to be. And whereas the employees recognized today have been chosen for their hard work and dedication to meeting the demands of their individual positions and the overall strategic plan set each year by the Commissioners Court. And whereas for those who interact with Dallas County, our employees represent who we are as a public entity. The efforts by the employees listed below ensure that the public sees Dallas County at its best. These recognized employees perform above expectations and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and the destination of choice for residents and businesses. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program sets each of them apart as a model employee, worthy of this honor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute the following employees. Maria Herrera with the Criminal Justice Department. Jerry Varney with the District Attorney. Ruthie Gibson with the District Clerk. Allie Young with Pretrial. Daryl Young with Public Works. Charlotte Guidry, with Sheriff, Shamika Fryer with the Sheriff, Ophelia Clemente with the Tax Office, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, can I have a point of personal privilege? I want to recognize, as we will have a presentation later on with regards to the sheriff, but I want to recognize Darrell Thomas, our county auditor. I think out of the 254 counties, I think there's only 3, and he may be the only African-American county auditor. But he was recently elected to the Association of County Auditors Board of Directors, and he is now the representative for large counties. And so we want to commend Mr. Thomas, CPA, our county auditor, for being elected to the Texas Association of County Auditors. And so we commend him. Secondly, I want to commend Treasurer Pauline Medrano. Dallas County last week was notified that we were premier in terms of top 5 counties in the state in terms of deferred compensation. I think that was something that Sherri was talking about this morning and others, but Dallas County was recognized last week in a publishing, and therefore I want to thank Treasurer Pauline Medrano for all she continues to do in that area in encouraging and providing opportunities for our employees to understand that there's life after county and county retirement. So, thank you.
And our
I just
agenda
wanted to
has
take
been
30
suspended.
seconds. Oops.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to take 30 seconds to say that we cannot do the job that we do here from this table without the work that the Dallas County employees, so recognizing those employees of the month is incredibly important. But then also seeing what employees do in the larger world, which is the congratulations to our auditor and the distinction, the leadership that he is showing here in Dallas County, but also throughout the state, and from Ms. Medrano. So we can't do it without you. You can't do it without us. So let's keep the partnership going. Thank you.
And I'll just take a quick moment of personal privilege to congratulate Jerry Varney, one of the employees of the month. Man, he's a good guy. I loved working with him at the DA's office, and he is just a good person. Jerry Varney, he's been in the DA's office back when I was there, and man, I mean, any question, anything like that, you don't know what you're doing, he'll get you there and he'll do it without making you feel stupid. He's such a good guy.
Next, we'll hear our presentations. Our first presentation is from Dr. Huang.
Oh, do we want to take M15?
I didn't know if Judge Cruzo wanted to take Court Order 15, and I did ask for a motion to suspend the agenda, so therefore I would move Court Order 15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
No, wait, hold on, I think they got some, they want to speak to it.
Judge Jenkins, Commissioners, I'm Rex Redden. I'm the Director of Public Safety for the City of Carrollton. I'm here today on behalf of the City of Carrollton, the Town of Addison, the City of Coppell, and the City of Farmers Branch. Again, this agenda item exemplifies the leadership and generosity of Judge Cruzo. Our cities, we know one thing about mental health services in our area. We can do better. Our problem is we're not mental health experts, so we would like to contract with Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute to conduct a study of our 4 cities to determine what we can do better as far as mental health and homelessness and substance abuse in our 4 cities. We're out kind of on the, I like to say, the edge of the frontier of Dallas County, And we need additional services up there, and this study is going to help us determine what we can do better in providing those services. And if you have any questions, I'll certainly be here about this, but do appreciate Judge Creuzot and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Judge, anything else you want to add? Judge? Yeah, anything else?
Sure. So first of all, once again, Judge and Commissioners, thank you. What this is about is those 4 cities requested a proposal to do an assessment for their needs on substance abuse, mental health. Obviously, that affects their jails, it affects their police departments, and it filters down here. And they were just not able to pay for the full price. So what we did was offer to pay for 2/3 of it, and they agreed to pay for 1/3. And so that's going to, once again, push this ball forward in a sector of the community where we haven't focused on this. And we're very happy in the District Attorney's Office to help our communities move ahead on this very important issue. It'll help the police, it'll help their internal operations, it'll help the health and vitality of these communities, and it'll help us, obviously, if we don't have those people come down to this jail and we have to deal with them with criminal cases. So once again, we're more than happy in the District Attorney's Office to help solve problems, to get in front of the problem, and to help 4 of our communities who share a jail, who are contiguous to one another, to get in front of this and help this. So we're happy to do so. So we appreciate your support, too.
Call the question, Judge.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from Dr. Wong.
Morning.
Morning.
Okay, so just an update on where we are. Let's see. There we go. We are still at the red high-level risk transmission level. Certainly the numbers, as you'll see, are going down. Some of the values are at a level that it still hasn't brought us down to the orange level yet, but certainly the numbers are going absolutely in the right direction. CDC still has us in the high transmission level also. So again, I think we're hoping that this will continue to improve.
Dr. Wall, what are the key markers that we could look forward to in anticipation of moving to the orange?
Some of them in particular, we've had a threshold for like the number of new cases per day. We've still been in the several hundreds. So those numbers have been higher. It's not the 3,000 we got to, or we sort of hovered around 700 the last, quite a few, last week or so. It's starting to go down, and so we're anticipating that would be one of the indicators that would certainly go down. Our hospital numbers are actually improving quite a bit. So again, I think we're absolutely heading in the right direction. But one of the messages also throughout that we've learned is when we've gone down and then we relax too early and everyone thinks we can just go back to normal, that's where we've gotten into problems and it goes back up. Or certainly the Delta variant was a big factor with that. But I think what we've learned from the past is these are good numbers, that we're making progress, but we do still need to be cautious and keep vigilant so we don't bounce back up. I think there are concerns as we get into the winter months, get into the holidays, that things could, again, bounce back up with that. So,
Okay, go ahead on. Continue. That being said, how concerned are we? And I know we've got a public health meeting with regards to this whole deployment around flu and the intersection of flu and COVID. And, I guess I haven't seen a real plan that is concretized to say, how are we going to deploy that?
Well, absolutely. A great point you're making in terms of we can't forget about the flu. The flu vaccine is now available. I know at your last court you approved us providing those for free. We are administering them, and in partnership with others to have them at a lot of the places where we're doing COVID vaccination, and wanting to getting that message out there about how important it is, again, that we don't have a bad flu season and possibly COVID too, that how that can certainly overwhelm the.
Well, I don't know if the public has a real concern about the intersection of COVID and flu. And I don't know if we're sounding enough of an alarm that says that, maybe that intersection is a real collision course,
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
We need to.
But I want to know what we're doing to kind of sound that alarm, because now, flu is just kind of passe. Oh, well, we had our mask on. We had the lowest flu season last year because we all had our mask on. And I agree with that. But this year, it's a lot that's not. And so I'm just trying to figure out how do we sound the alarm.
No, absolutely great point. We're working with ABI on some of the media messaging, and that's something we should, want to make as part of that.
I just haven't seen them. I want us to, if we could just kind of step in. Because when is flu season? When?
Oh, it's starting, in the next, after October, and we want people to be have their shots now. In October is a great time to get your flu shot. One, myth or question that want to dispel, absolutely. There is no problem getting the COVID vaccination with the flu vaccine. A lot of people worry about that. That is not a problem. You can get them same time,
Right. But I guess what I'm saying to you, again, is that I think the court wants to see a plan. I want to see a plan that, with where it's the media group, whomever, that flu is right there with COVID in terms of our concerns. Okay?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And again, we've got, all the activities with COVID vaccination, and so incorporating flu.
Yeah, but just offering it, and I get that. It's kind of like saying all of our pharmaceutical companies, they offer flu vaccines. Well, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out how we in Dallas County ramp it up into almost an alarm, right there with COVID. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's right there.
And that's where relaxing too much and thinking that we're over with COVID, we had a really incredibly light flu season, last season. And it was because all these measures, the masking, the washing the hands, the distancing, also protect against flu. And that's why it's certainly, it's a good thing to keep doing protective measures, even though we're improving with our numbers with COVID. But for the flu also, that's absolutely, totally agree with you.
So a plan. I'm sure the court would like to, I definitely do, to see a plan.
And Dr. Huang, first of all, thank you for everything, for the report. This is one of the best reports. Obviously, the fact that we administer 1,345 vaccines during the fair, when we didn't know how much money to put into this effort, I guess it was better than expected. Now, just following up about, the information about the flu, since, I think that one of the very important messages is that you can take the COVID vaccine and the flu. You don't have to wait 3 months. You don't have to, they're completely different vaccines, and the flu vaccine is different, from the COVID-19. We have here the list of community COVID-19 vaccinations clinics. I was wondering if, we just can put together with this schedule, because I have to say it's a very good schedule. It's all over Dallas County and all different zip codes. So if we can just add, while you're there, you can also take your flu vaccine. And that way we have an excellent list. There's more than 40 different locations starting from this month all the way to January 2nd, which is also flu season. So, that plan, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Right there, we just, can make it happen and take 2 birds with 1 stone.
But I want the court to be aware, and just from observations at Ellis Davis and watching them give the COVID vaccine or booster and doing the flu vaccine. Apparently, there's a different requirement in terms of, quote, paperwork, because what I've seen as they've come through the line through observation, they have taken those individuals who are doing flu and they move them off to the side, and apparently there's some different paperwork. And so that's the reason I'm asking about this plan, because it's just not as easy to just come through there and do the same. So I'm looking for a plan.
Sure. And you know, the logistics for administration become a little more complicated as we get all these different products, and as we're looking at now the childhood being available 5 to 11, but they're, you know, we're hearing it's going to be a different vial, and all of these complications to make sure they're not confused. So that's part of the, you know, setting up the system so that there's not.
Okay, so if they need more people, that's what I'm saying. And I was listening to Dr. Garcia, but that's what I'm saying. You know, the flu, I just want the court to be aware, just from observation, that it apparently takes a little bit more dealing with the flu from the paperwork side. And so that's the reason I'm asking you for, quote, a plan.
Sure. And I know, like at Commissioner Daniels' National Night Out, we had CVS was a partner that then was simultaneously there offering flu vaccine, and then we were also offering the COVID vaccine.
Right, and you know, Dr. Huang, the good news is that as we start doing boosters, as we start doing flu vaccines, as we continue with COVID-19 vaccination and testing, and obviously we're coming now with different kinds of boosters, you know, reassure the public what are the guidelines to take these boosters. Right now is only for a certain population. When do we expect those guidelines to increase? And then, of course, as we come out with the children's vaccine, I mean, do we want to do it all together? Is it more convenient or effective to do it through the ISD or independent school districts around Dallas County versus in a Dallas County facility? So I think that I agree with Commissioner Price. I mean, we have to be ready to continue to educate the public in which are the best ways to get vaccinated to beat this pandemic once and for all, hopefully.
Thank you.
And the resources for the education, Dr. Huang, please. I think that that is going to be a key as well. And we're getting close to 10:30 callings for the public hearing, so.
Dr. Wong, do you have anything else before
What is that
we wrap
noise?
up?
Say that again?
Do you have anything else before this presentation?
I mean,
more
you want me to go
slides?
through the slides, or?
Yeah, go ahead and go through
Okay,
your slides. That's
sure.
fine.
So, okay, that was the, again, ICU bed availability, you know, again, staying low, unfortunately. And a lot of those now are reflecting other conditions besides COVID that are occupying the ICU beds. The suspected and confirmed emergency department visits in the prior 24 hours. Again, you can see a marked decline since late August, which is a good thing, and it's continuing to decline. Confirmed admissions, again, similarly declining since late August, early September. The actual hospital occupancy of inpatients continuing that decline, but still, you know, the levels are higher than what we saw during June at the low period. And then, again, that's part of what's waiting for in terms of, you know, some of the transmission level changes. And then the deaths, you can see definitely we saw that third peak in the deaths, but fortunately lower peak than it was certainly in January. And that reflects a lot of the success in vaccinating a lot of the older population. Here is the new dashboard that is on the Dallas County website. I hope we've had a chance to look at that. And so there are updated real-time, essentially, cases, case counts, and also you can break it down by age, gender, race, ethnicity, municipality counts, and then also death numbers. And then also, here's the, again, the numbers regarding vaccinations. We are currently at almost about 73% of those who are eligible, the 12 and older, who have had at least one vaccination. Statewide, over almost 32.5 million doses administered. When we look at the trends in vaccination, unfortunately, the number per week has been going down. Again, we've getting almost 3 million doses administered in Dallas County, but those latest numbers, and that chart on the lower left shows all doses. When we've also looked at the number of first doses per week, the latest number, we're closer to about 10,000 per week of first doses, which is down. We had gotten up to 30-something thousand several weeks ago. Then it was down to 11,000. Now it's down to about 10,000 per week is our latest numbers. This shows, again, for Dallas County, about 1.58 million vaccinated with at least one dose and 1.36 million fully vaccinated. But when you think of our population of 2.6 million, 2.7 million, still about close to 50% that are not fully vaccinated. So still a lot of vulnerable people in our community. This is the overall summary also on our website. When you, again, use the total population as the denominator, including those 0 to 12, where about 60% have received at least one dose. And again, some of the breakdown by age, race. The Fair Park site, again, our last count for that was 505,873, but we did close out the state fair. As Commissioner Garcia mentioned, 1,575 doses. We did also give out all of the state fair coupons, so that was a good incentive. And it was a steady stream of people getting the vaccine at the state fair. So it was we were every shot in an arm is good, and 1,500 for the fair. It was a good outcome. This is again the charts inspired by Commissioner Koch on the vaccination status for hospitalizations and deaths. But again, you can see almost at least 80 to 90% of all hospitalizations and deaths are among the unvaccinated. And then finally, just some of the community outreach activities.
We want to thank you, Dr. Huang, and your community outreach team, the best.
Yeah, they're doing a great job being in a lot of places, and we're continuing to try to expand that team. And so, again, we hope this is then when we finally get out of COVID, it's a legacy that we have more capacity for doing these in the future.
Diverse, energetic, and very effective.
Great job.
Great.
The last question I had is a very short one, I hope, and that is that I'm having a lot of people say to me that they're not going to get a flu shot this year. What's just a quick answer to say why they ought to get a flu shot?
The flu could be really bad this year. I mean, if people don't get the vaccine and if we get a bad flu season and COVID, it could be devastating to our healthcare system. The flu shots are a tried and true effective vaccination, that have helped protect us from flu for years. They're safe, effective, it's readily available, but we will certainly work on continuing to promote that.
Okay, thank you very much for additional words just to help encourage.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we got some other presentations. We'll hold for those for now because it's now 10:36, and we got a public hearing coming up on redistricting and looking at the proposed plan. Here's how we're going to do that, just so for folks to know. First, I'll call for that meeting, and then we'll have the consultants lay out things, and then we'll hear from the public speakers, and there'll be ample time for each commissioner, if they choose to have whatever comments they'd like to have. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Are the consultants here to lay out the information so our public speakers will know about that before they have a chance to speak? I see. I think Darrell went to get them. We'll give them a second to get in here.
Here's Mr. Heber. Oh, here they come.
So, this is all of you? Jerry, is that all that's coming today?
No, we have several more. They're
okay.
just a little bit delayed.
Or something, okay. We'll give you another few minutes to get them.
I think a couple of them went to use the restroom before we get started.
See all of you except for Matt Engel. Is that right? Still waiting on him? Okay. There we go. Now we got everybody, right? All right. We've already opened the public hearing. And gentlemen, what we have said is that we're going to ask that you lay things out. Then we'll hear from our public speakers. And then we can hear from the members of the Commissioners Court. So if you would, please lay things out in enough specificity so the public knows what's going on.
Okay, very good, Judge. So I'm Jerry Hebert. I'm one of the legal counsel. With me is Rolando Rios and Chad Dunn, your other legal counsel. Matt Engel, who's our map drawer, along with Adriana Mayberry from Engel Strategies. And we're going to go through, starting out with presenting a series of maps. And we will start, Mr. Engel will walk us through the demographics and political data on each of the maps, starting with the benchmark map. So, Matt.
Well, thank you. I want to make sure our Daryl? Okay, thank you. I'm going to walk through a series of maps that have been created. We'll first look at the benchmark maps, and then we'll look at two maps that I've created based on the input that we've gotten from the Commissioners Court, and also taking into account the criteria that y'all passed. And then there are other maps that have been submitted by either created at the request of the court or submitted by the court. And while those aren't in your packets because they were just received, but we do have them on the screen, so you'll be able to see them. So again, in terms of redistricting criteria, I paid particularly close attention to the items 4 and 5, dealing with paying attention to the political development of the county over the past 10 years, and also trying to unite communities of interest. And you'll see that number 4 and 5, 4, Commissioners' Precinct should be drawn in a manner that takes into account the election results for the elections held within Dallas County over the last decade. And then 5, communities of interest may be considered consistent with preceding principles. This is a general reference map. It's a little bit hard to see, but it is in your packet. And what it does is it shows the benchmark lines, or the current lines, overlaid with the major highways, but also with the cities. And draw particular attention to Garland and Richardson that were split at that time specifically for the purpose of creating a strong Republican district at the time. And so that's why you see those city splits up there in Garland and Richardson. This is a little bit cleaner version of the current lines, so you can see those. And as you can see, this is the, again, these numbers are in your packet, but it shows that as we got through the decade and as we got to the end, even though District 2 was drawn at the beginning of the decade with the idea of making it a strong Republican district, and it was at the time, a very red district, as we went through the decade, Democrats performed better and better in that district. It was carried by Joe Biden, by Beto O'Rourke, and by other very active campaigns. And so clearly it reflected what was happening in the county, and that the county became more Democratic over the decade. And then, of course, you see the demographics here. While each of the commissioners' districts grew at about the same rate as the county, and so the deviations stayed the same. Again, the political and the demographic changes that were happening countywide also happened within each district. And then the Justice of the Peace map, I want to throw that up here. This is the benchmark map. As you all know, that doesn't have to be changed, and the deviations don't have to be even. But if there is some interest in looking further at that as we go forward, just let us know.
Mr. Engel, it's also true, though, that regarding the commissioner's map, we also are within deviation. Nothing has to change about that benchmark map as well.
Not based on deviation, that's correct.
And since there's a brief interruption, there is an interest in seeing a JP map, and we are on the clock to get this done, so please get us that as soon as possible.
Okay. And then that's the population analysis, and this compares the benchmarks to 2010, which is information that we'd gone over previously. Now, the first map is demonstration map A, which I created based on the input from the Commissioners Court, and also, again, looking at the criteria, and tried to pay particular attention to unwinding some of the gyrations that were made in 2011 in order to create, at that time, a very strong Republican district. And so specifically, we did 3 things that ended up putting some communities of interest back together. One is that Richardson is now wholly within Commissioner District 2, and Garland is entirely within Commissioner's District 1. And so those cities were specifically split in 2011 in order to create a Republican district. That's no longer necessary, and so those have been unsplit. And then also the White Rock Lake area, Lake Highlands area, which was divided in 2011, again for the purpose of creating a Republican district. They've been put back together in this district, in this map. The cities of Irving and Mesquite continue to be split here, again, kind of keeping the core of Districts 4 and Districts 1 together.
And Mr. Engel, what is the effect on the Anglo population in District 2 in this map?
District 2?
Yes, sir.
And under District 2, the Anglo voting age population is 48.9% voting age population.
And how does that compare to the benchmark map?
The benchmark has it at 54.1.
And that 6% drop, do you think that's a problem regarding the Voting Rights Act?
Well, I'm not one of the council, so I'll let one of the council answer that.
No, I don't, because in the court case that was brought in the last decade, the court specifically found that white voters were not politically cohesive. And so therefore, because some whites vote Democratic, some whites vote Republican, so there's no requirement that that district.
All right, so how does that take into account Harding v. Dallas, where the Fifth Circuit ruled that under both the 14th Amendment and the VRA, that Anglo plaintiffs are the same as any other racial minority?
Could you repeat the first part of that? I had trouble
Sure.
hearing you. I'm
Harding
sorry.
v. Dallas, where the
In
Fifth
what?
Circuit, Harding v. Dallas,
Yeah.
where the Fifth Circuit ruled that the law is the same, both under the 14th Amendment and the VRA, for the Anglo plaintiffs as any other racial minority.
All right, and I'm not taking issue with that. What I'm saying is that just as Anglo population and voters are treated the same as Black and Latino voters, in the sense that they have to meet certain requirements in order to have a district drawn to comply with the Voting Rights Act. And that requires, A, political cohesion by the group, in this case, in your example, Anglos. B, the opposition has to vote as a bloc against those candidates. And C, it has to be possible to create a majority district of that group. It is certainly possible to get to a majority in that group, but it is not required as a matter of law because of the lack of political cohesion.
Would you agree that when there is mathematically demonstrated political cohesion amongst a minority race, that breaking that race up is in fact in violation of the VRA?
If the other factors that I mentioned are present, yes. But they aren't present here.
I'm sorry?
But they aren't present here because of the
Are you
issue.
going to show that evidence where Anglos are not Republican voters, or?
Well, we already have the court case which demonstrates that. We are also conducting a racially polarized voting analysis to update it to make sure that that trend has not changed.
When was that court case?
It was the Harding case in the district court where the court found no political cohesion.
Right. And has that analysis been updated?
We are updating it now. The other factor I should tell you, Commissioner Koch, is that the district under Map A, District 2, remains majority CVAP white.
And Jerry, for the record, say what CVAP is, because I'm going to go there.
Okay. CVAP stands for Citizen Voting Age Population.
Thank you.
And that's a number that comes from the Census Bureau.
That is correct. And that is different than just VAP.
It is definitely different from just VAP, correct.
And since it's not in your packet, the citizen voting age population in District 2, under every map that you'll see today, is well over 50% Anglo. But the natural result, though, of putting Garland together cuts off Saxe and Rowlett to the east, and then so the result in District 2 is it becomes less democratic and a little more consistent with what's happened in the entire county. So while it's not impossible for a Republican to win that district, they'll have to win, much like Democrats have to win in Republican counties. You have to be able to build a coalition of Democrats helping you get across the line.
Can I ask a question on this CVAP before we move on? What is the CVAP percentage of Anglos for the whole county?
I don't have that in front of me, but Anglos are a minority of the CVAP countywide.
I have that. It's interesting you would ask, because I do have it. CVAP for the, that's not Anglos, Dallas County, 2.6 million people. The CVAP under Anglos, 724,987. Let me get percentage of Anglos, 27.7. Because I'm going there. 27.7.
But again, this map was drawn with the idea of trying to balance the need to put back together communities of interest that I know were specifically taken apart in order to create the map that the benchmark map, and then also to reflect what's happened politically over the county of the past year or 10 years.
So just to follow up on this last point, the criteria that you unanimously adopted stated that commissioner precincts should be drawn, and this is number 4, as Mr. Angle pointed out, in a manner that takes into account the election results for elections held within Dallas County over the last decade. So this map was drawn to do that, along with uniting communities of interest that had previously been split for political reasons, and now they're being put back together to reflect, to protect those communities of interest.
Now, the second map, or map B, and again, we'll look at the political numbers here with map 1, and again, this is in your packet. Let me see if yeah, as you can see, that in all 4 of the districts, Biden carried those districts. Also in the off year, yes. All right, that's, hold on. Read A, Jerry. But again, in all 4 of the districts under this map, Biden carried it, as did Beto O'Rourke in 2018. Now, of course, those are top of the ballot races, but also down ballot, all 4 of the districts were carried in the sheriff's race in 2020 and in the county judge race in 2018. Looking at demonstration map B, the emphasis here was to try to unite every city other than obviously the city of Dallas, and that's what this map does. Under this map, Mesquite is made whole in District 3, Irving is made whole in District 4, Garland is made whole in District 1, and Richardson is made whole in District 2. And all of the smaller cities remain intact within only 1 district. Now, in doing this, this also makes each of the districts still consistent with what's happening countywide. Lean Democratic. District 2 is a little less Democratic under this configuration, but is more Democratic than the benchmark. And of course, when it was drawn under the benchmark, District 2 was a very, very Republican district. It no longer is, again, reflecting what's happening countywide. So again, here are these election results. As I said, the performance down ballot in District 2 is still leaning Democratic. Lupe Valdez in 2018 did not carry this district in that race. So again, there is some room for a strong Republican candidate.
Mr. Angle, you seem to be talking a lot about District 2 and not the other districts. Are you a bit defensive today?
No, that's the one that actually hasn't performed for Democrats over the last 10 years. And so if you're going to reflect what's going to happen countywide, then that's the district where you'd see the change.
One thing to note about, Commissioner Koch, to note about District 2, since we have spent some time talking about it, and you asked about it earlier. Under Plan B, District 2 VAP is 52.5% Anglo. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
And it goes to the point that was made earlier. In Dallas County, Anglos don't automatically mean Republican votes. that you've had, particularly over the last 10 years, a number of Anglos in all parts of the county being more willing to split their ticket or just vote all the way down.
But you've done the data analysis. You understand that the majority of Anglos vote Republican in Dallas County.
In some places they do, some places they don't.
Yeah, I would beg a little bit of a difference there. And I'm looking at my district, District 1, which has always been termed the coalition district. You can do some predicting on that, but I know areas that are white, but are very leaning Democratic. So
District 1 is 27% Anglo.
Where we've seen that difference, particularly if you're looking at countywide races, is really kind of in the Lake Highlands area, or the area around White Rock Lake. So those areas, that's where you've really seen that. But it's also other parts of the county as well over time. And there are parts of the county that in the past might have been, 70% Republican, that may now are 55% Republican, but the demographics haven't changed that much. Moving to Map C. Map C, this was drawn at the request of Commissioner GARCIA. And then once this was drawn, then I was asked to make a small revision. We didn't put the hospital center, the medical center, into District 4 under this map, and so at the Commissioner's request we did. And so you'll see demonstration map C revised. The only difference between this map and the map you saw previously was 2 precincts, which are the medical center, and that was returned to Commissioner District 4. Right. And Commissioner Garcia, you might, since you asked to have this map created, you might talk about why we created it.
Well, I mean, I wanted to create a map that had more important than anything, the lowest deviation, that was fair, that will create the opportunity Latino district and a strong Latino district that will give the voters of Dallas County the opportunity of a representative of their choice. And more importantly, I mean, I also wanted that be sure that there was, one of the maps that was equal, that did not, that this map actually has the lowest deviation of all the other maps. And that is important to me. I mean, it's fair, and at the same time creates a strong Latino district and an opportunity district. I think Commissioner Daniel said it right. The coalition that has to happen, and I know Commissioner Price is going to talk about not only voting age population, but citizen age population. I mean, in these two districts, that opportunity will be available. So.
I might add something to this, Commissioner. Latino community is a community of interest, and it's probably responsible for most of the growth in Dallas. And so this map is consistent with the request that we maintain communities of interest.
Correct. I mean, and I think that is one of the most important points at this point. I mean, the community that has grown the most is the Latino community.
A couple of points, Commissioner Garcia, that I would note. Mr. Engel was able to create, at your request, 2 Latino majority VAP districts. Right. Neither one of those districts are majority CVAP districts.
Correct.
And that is.
And Commissioner Price is going to talk about that. With that being said, it's an opportunity district, and that's what we want.
The other thing is that we have to also
Jerry,
remember.
I don't want you just to leave that again. I want to be very clear with the record, and I think you did a few minutes ago, but every opportunity to talk about the difference between VAP and CVAP. That's the difference.
There is also, it's an important difference, yes, but it's also really important legally, because in order to create effective districts for racial and ethnic minorities, where you don't have one already, you have to show, a plaintiff has to show that you can create a majority CVAP minority district. That's a requirement. It's a prerequisite to get you in the door. It's one of the jingles factors, as they're called. And there are 3 of them, and I mentioned them earlier. 1, you have to show the minority group is politically cohesive, Latinos in this case. 2, you have to show Anglos vote as a bloc against Latino candidates of choice. And 3, you have to show a majority CVAP district for Latinos. If you meet those 3 criteria, then Section 2 dictates that you have to create such a district. But where you don't, and you create one anyway that isn't majority CVAP but is majority VAP, you raise constitutional issues under the Supreme Court's racial gerrymandering doctrine by predominantly relying on race to create the district.
Exactly. And yes, and that's, and again, let the record be real clear. I have not talked to council with regards to this. Did not know I was going to bring up the whole issue of CVAP. And I have talked to Dr. Garcia, and I told her I'm working from that particular area. That's, you know, it's one thing to talk about voting age population, but if you don't talk about citizen voting age population, as just laid out by lead counsel, it creates issues for us. And again, not having conferred or spoken with them at all, and my staff and I have dealt with this whole issue of CVAP through the entire county, whether it's Anglo, non-Anglo, Asian, Black, Hispanic, percentages, etc. And so my staff, we've got to create that concern.
On that, if you know, and don't read anything into my questions, but what is the Hispanic CVAP in map C in, let's see, what would this be, district, in the 2 districts that would be Latino opportunity districts, in C and A, what's the difference there CVAP-wise?
Well, I don't have the CVAP numbers in front of us, but the CVAP in under this map in both 4 and in 1 is under 50%, and in the benchmark Commissioner District 4, it's also under 50% Hispanic CVAP.
Unless
But it's clearly effective for Hispanic voters in District 4. Clearly, it performs for Hispanic voters.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, but
And the CVAP, the precise number, Judge, will be hard to tell because there's no citizens' questions in the census. You know, so you can talk about citizen voting age population, which is what I was discussing with Commissioner Price, but the reality is those numbers, you know, are not precise.
Yeah, can I add something?
Sure.
to
Yeah,
that?
absolutely.
The Commissioner is absolutely correct. CVAP data is based on surveys that are done over a 5-year period. And so it's not actual census data. It is estimates to the block group level and then on down.
But you will agree, Mr. Rios, that the basis for being able to participate in the electoral process is citizenship.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, you know, my staff, we've dealt with this whole issue of red apple. I don't know what you guys are utilizing, but when we deal with this whole issue of red apple, it deals with the percentage of population that is Hispanic, African American, Asian, etc. But then it has a projection of CVAP based on, as you said, the last 4 or 5 years survey data. Yes, sir.
That's absolutely correct, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Is part of this the difference, though, in the concepts that we're looking at? Part of this is looking at representation, and part of this is looking at voting behavior. Is that would be kind of the distinction between VAP and CVAP, right?
Yes, because CVAP.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What did you say?
That it's difference in concepts. In one is looking at representation, which would be VAP, but then voting behavior would be CVAP.
Well, not, I wouldn't put it in those terms, I guess is what I would say.
Then it's a question.
The way I would look at this is that CVAP numbers exist as developed by the American Community Survey, part of the Census Bureau's office, in order to give us estimates of citizen voting age population in areas within the county. Those areas are then used to determine whether the law, in this case the Voting Rights Act, can require the creation of a effective minority opportunity district. You have to get your numbers over 50% in order to qualify, so to speak.
Okay.
It is also true, though, that only citizens can register to vote, and they can therefore only participate if they are registered. Voting age population often includes non-citizen population.
Mm-hmm.
So you really can't look at it in terms of saying everybody in the VAP category gets to vote because there's non-citizens in that group. But you can say that with respect to citizen voting age population, that if those persons who are citizens of voting age are registered, then they can participate. That's the way I would review that.
Okay.
Does that help?
You.
Okay. A couple of other things, though. I know that we talk about the criteria a lot, and the criteria are important because those are, in many instances, what are called traditional redistricting principles. They're non-racial in nature. Communities of interest aren't racial. Election returns are typically used, and the courts have upheld those as a basis for drawing districts. Those are not racial, those are political. And in our situation here in Map C, you have continued to have a number of split cities. You have Garland continues to be split as it is now under the benchmark map, but that's been cured in A and B. We now have Farmers Branch split. Carrollton is split. Mesquite and Irving, of course, are also split. And then this also, I believe it splits the lake. Right?
That's correct.
So I want to bring those to your attention only because, you know, the criteria matter. That's why we presented those criteria to you, so that you would be able to have guideposts to stay within. And, you know, while there are communities of interest, and let me just say one final thing, and this is especially for you, Commissioner Garcia. I have been a voting rights lawyer for 48 years. This is my 6th decade of redistricting. I have advocated at every opportunity where I could create effective Latino districts and effective African American districts where it could be legally justified to do that. So I'm not saying anything here today that says, well, you could draw, or you should draw, you're legally required to draw Latino districts, and I'm speaking against that. That is not the case. I'm raising issues that I want the Commission to have fully developed in front of it before it makes a decision in a few weeks about which plan it selects. And so I am not a political lawyer. I am a voting rights lawyer. You know, my 21 years at the Justice Department and my 26 years since in private practice have been advocating to expand these districts and indeed to defend the districts we drew 10 years ago here.
And one final thing in answering Judge Jenkins' question, under the benchmark map, Commissioner District 4 is about 40% citizen voting age, Hispanic citizen voting age. District 1 is about 27%. Even though they're both over, in this map, over 50% voting age population, the voting age population of District 4 is just about 41%, a little bit over, citizen voting age population in District 4 of Hispanics is a little over 41%. But in District 1, even though their voting age population is about the same, the Hispanic citizen voting age population is only a little over 32%. And so it's not, they don't always keep up. And it's important to remember, too, the citizen voting age population lags everywhere because it was done in 2019. There's been changes, and it's done on a survey, not an enumeration. So that's important to keep in mind as well. So the next map is one that Commissioner Koch submitted to us just yesterday.
Before you go to that, in our packet, we don't have C or the Koch map.
Yes, C revised, again, we got that late, and so we weren't able to get it into your packets, and then the Koch demonstration map, also, we got that like 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Could you please email that to someone, and one of our staff, please print that off and get it to us?
Yes, Daryl has those because they're in this PowerPoint, as you'll see, so we have pictures of them, so you'll be able to see those, but we're happy to email them in any form that you want them, Judge.
Sure. Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, Daryl, if you wouldn't mind getting Angie to make some copies, and also email me that PowerPoint, and I'll pull it, I can pull it up here. I have it, it's easier for me to see close.
Yeah, I understand.
I do have.
You want me to wait for just a minute until I get that to you?
If you would. Please.
Yeah, happy to.
And I've got some legal questions for you, but I think we'd probably be better served asking the close.
We have public speakers, Judge.
Yeah, we have public speakers.
So probably we should let them so they can.
I got it now. But you know, see, she didn't see that,
Yeah, Judge, in your packet, you do have a demonstration map C. It's just not C revised, and just know that there's only 2 precinct change in that. And since it stayed within deviation, we didn't have to make an adjustment for it.
Thank you.
And so it's just literally just putting the hospital district back into Commissioners District 4.
Thank you.
Well, I must not be looking at it carefully enough.
Now, you don't have anything in your packet on the Koch demonstration map, and literally, we got this late yesterday afternoon, so I've had a chance to fully analyze it. And so, I don't know, Commissioner Koch, you may want to lay out demonstration map, the Koch demonstration map.
Someone just email me these maps so I can pull them up on my screen and see them.
Okay, Adriana, can you?
The only thing I would add is this is just a variation of C, which recovers some of the areas in Rowlett that are traditionally Republican and Anglo.
So Commissioner Koch, this is your map?
Yes, this is my,
Okay.
yeah, so
I'm sorry.
this basically works from C, and it only changes things in
And
the
there's
east
no
and the
C in it.
northeastern corner.
Okay.
Not in there.
You don't have demonstration map C, we can give it to him.
So if I could get somebody to send me the Koch map and the
It is. I can see
C
it now.
map, please.
I can see it now.
Okay, you can go that way, that's great.
I have one right there.
Thank you.
I see it now.
Is there a copy of that map being made for the rest of us, by chance?
I'm working on emailing it to each of you at the moment.
Okay, great.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that one is.
But we don't have the second C.
Which is 2
That is that.
Okay.
Yeah, see, money.
It's de minimis
Right,
right there.
right, no, thank you.
The data, see, this is.
Yeah, I was
this is-
looking
this is
at the
definite. This
new
is
Koch
C
map.
map.
Yeah, which obviously I, right, right, thank you.
No, I mean, the point is you. right?
Commissioner Koch, do you have, that's all you have, just a
Okay.
drawing?
No, I gave them all the underlying block data, but I gave it to them late, so, I mean, I don't know if they have
I
the.
see. And so you're gonna print those, or
Yeah.
email would probably be easier
Yeah.
at this
You-
point.
Mr. Angler, you have all the block data, correct?
Yeah, Adriana?
There we go, somebody just,
Yeah,
Charles Reed
you'll
just
get
sent
the
something.
Koch map data as well, when that, when, Chad, you're emailing that?
I'm doing it right now.
And again, I apologize, we only got this late yesterday afternoon.
No, don't apologize, I got it to you late, so.
So we got something from Charles Reed, but that's not it. It's just the benchmarks.
Commissioner Koch, do you want to go ahead and explain anything else? You mentioned something about.
Yeah, no. I mean, the changes are entirely in the Northeast, and it basically recoups from the Rowlett community a number of the Anglo-Republican communities that were taken out under the first iteration of MAP C. So it's basically the same as the other C map until you get to the middle of Richardson, and then varies a little bit, and of course varies by coming back into Rowlett.
Does it increase city splits?
Well, it does. It splits Garland, and when I looked at it, it doesn't have city boundaries on this, but I know the county well enough now. It splits Farmers Branch.
Where is the data? But see, I've driven up yet and too, and I'll go on, but where's the data broken down by districts? Where's the data, because I know my map.
Whoever has that data.
Total.
That'd be Commissioner Koch.
Map,
You got it.
see that.
I gave it to them. I gave them a lot
that you were just received from Chad Dunn.
It's in your email.
Chad.
Okay.
I've not received anything yet.
Okay, it just came up.
It's hard to see. I mean, here it is, if you can, here's the blue on this.
The what?
Sorry.
You should talk about what it says, Matt, because they can't see it.
Let me talk you through here that in District 1,
Matt, grab the microphone. You can walk with it. No, there it is. Either one. Yeah, you can walk with it.
Okay, here I got it.
there we go. Okay, in District 1, as you can see, just reading across, that in District 1, Biden got 68.5%, in District 2, 55.1%, in District 3, 75.9%, and 4, 68.9%. And I will note kind of again, not to dwell on District 2, but again, that's the district that's kind of in the pivot here. Under this proposal, District 2 performs worse for a Republican than the benchmark map. And then looking at the what's probably a better signal of kind of where the a normal election would be in the Senate race. MJ Hager got 66.8% in District 1, just about 59%, and just about 50%, 49.7% in District 2, and was a plurality in that race. District 3, 73.8, District 4, 64.9, or 66.9, excuse me. And then looking at all the way across the sheriff's race, a down ballot race, you had District 1 at 67.8, District 2, 51.6, District 3, 75.3, and District 4, 68.3. And then looking at the 2018 races, Lupe Valdez got in the governor's race got 65.6% in District 1, 44.7% in District 2, 71.6% in 3, and 66.2% in 4. Looking all the way across at the county judge race, the down ballot race, there was 69. Judge Jenkins got 69.5% in District 1, 50.9%, almost 51% in 2, 76.5% in 3, and 70.1% in District 1. So in most of the districts, it performs similarly as MAP C, except in District 2, where the numbers are plussed up a little bit for District 2, but again, not as good for a Republican as under the benchmark map. And then the demographics in the map are very similar to demonstration map C, just about the same.
And that was the intent, that it still maintains the two Hispanic opportunity districts.
Yeah, in fact, the demographics in those two districts are almost identical. And the deviation in this map is almost identical to the demonstration map C before we moved the 2 precincts. The judge asked me earlier about split cities, or maybe it was Commissioner Price. Garland is split. Farmers Branch is split for the first time. Carrollton is split for the first time. And Mesquite and Irving, of course, are still split as they are under, for example, Plan A. And then there's the split of White Rock Lake, which is also a little bit split in the benchmark map, but this splits it more. And basically, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Commissioner Koch, but you took map C and you tried to improve it for Republican voters. That's the way I look at it.
For the Anglo preference, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, the Republican is the Anglo preferred candidate in those areas, and basically I recouped that for them.
And one thing I would like to make sure that the commissioners understand is that, in my view, as a matter of law and as a matter of fact, the 2 Latino districts that are drawn here are not necessarily effective for Latino voters. They certainly, any district provides an opportunity for a Latino candidate that's supported by Latino voters to win. But given the racial polarization numbers and given the lack of white bloc voting and so on, I think it's fair to say that District 4 has performed for Latino voters for the last 10 years. It is an effective Latino district. The new District 1 under the both C and Commissioner Koch's map, in my view, aren't as effective for Latino voters. That's the key. So I don't think we're necessarily creating 2 effective districts for Latinos in the maps. But again, are they opportunities? Of course.
Well, okay, and if you want to follow that line, if you're running the CBAP, it's also an opportunity for African American.
That's absolutely correct.
So, again,
Or
those,
Anglo.
huh?
Or Anglo.
Yeah.
It's
Well-
an opportunity for anybody.
Well,
One of the things to
no,
take note of,
the
though,
Anglos
is,
are not-
one of the
not
things
a
to take
class.
note of, though, is as you see in maps, the demonstration map here, and it's also true in C, 'cause it's the same, the area that's added in District 1 below the current district lines, those are heavily Hispanic, but also have significant African American population there that tends to be more citizen and to vote better.
the CBAP demonstrates that. That's what I keep saying.
And the other,
I got a couple other questions before we hear from speakers. By the way, would you please, when you come back with these next time, take a Court of Appeals judge, someone where neither side campaigns much, and see what those baselines are. We saw in this Koch map that Lupe Valdez lost by 6 and I won by 1, but both of us are well known to the voters. So I'd be interested in knowing what happens with unknown, just kind of a bench race like that. Also, I think I remember you told me that there are 2 cities split, Mesquite and Irving in A.
That's correct.
0 in B.
That's correct.
5 or 6 in the Koch map, and how many in C?
The same, that there's no additional city split in the.
It's just different cities
5.
that are split.
No, it's the same
Cities
it's the same cities getting
Some cities are.
Yeah, what Mr. Koch appears to have done, again, I haven't analyzed this, what he appears to have done is manipulate the edges of District 2 in order to increase the Republican performance
Okay.
margin.
So it's 5 in both Cs.
Correct. Go ahead.
The only thing I was going to add before we move on from this proposal is, as Mr. Angle mentioned, the other proposals were drawn by him, 2 following the principles, the third one on Dr. Garcia's request. This map was not drawn by Mr. Angle, and as we experienced in the Harding case, the last round of litigation over our map, if there is litigation, a critical component of that case is going to be telling the story of where a map came from. So if the Commissioner's Court is considering this as it is the other proposal, I don't want to put you on the spot, Commissioner Koch, but I think we need to know kind of who drew the map and a little bit more about its construction.
Sure. This was put together by my consultant, and yeah, I don't know what else you need there.
Okay. Who's the consultant?
Murphy, Nasica.
Oh, okay. And, I mean, is this is the rationale here, we've kind of tried to look at the lines in the data and come up with it ourselves, but, can you give us a 1 or 2 sentence explanation of what the goal here with the map is?
Yeah, the goal here was to preserve the intended goal of C, which was to, protect those two Hispanic opportunity, but then get the preferred candidate for the Anglo folks on that northeast corner. The numbers bear out that the preferred candidate of the Anglo minority in actually the entire District 2, but specifically in that area, the map bears out that their preferred candidate is the Republican.
Okay.
So that's to make that correction there.
Is that, I mean, I know obviously you're familiar with your community and your district probably like no other, but I mean, do you have some data on candidate preferences or that's just your experience?
No, we have data on it. I mean, I sent you that zip file with all the rest of the pieces, and that has it all in there.
Do you know if there was an RPV analysis, racially polarized voting analysis that you worked from?
I'm not 100% sure if that's in that folder, but I can get that to you.
Was that part of what you received, Mr. Engel?
No.
Okay.
What it was both demographics both demographics and election returns broken down, but there wasn't, as far as I saw, an analysis of that nature.
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful.
I guess before we go to the public comments, just one thing I wanted to do. If we could, Matt, go to the PowerPoint. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Is that the last one? Keep going. No, go back. Okay. So, this is the Koch map. It's the same as the C map revised, at least insofar as the Latino district. And I want to bring this to your attention because I mentioned earlier about constitutional concerns. And if you look, the lines, I know it may be a little hard to see from where you're sitting. The black lines are the lines drawn in this map. And the Supreme Court has been very clear that when you predominantly rely on race, or the lines appear to separate minority population from white population on either side of the line, that type of segregated district violates the 14th Amendment. And so I asked Mr. Engel to bring up the Hispanic precincts shaded.
Wait, let's be careful about that. It can violate. It doesn't automatically violate.
If you draw districts that predominantly rely on race, if you draw districts that predominantly rely on race, and you do not have a compelling state interest for doing so, and again, I submit that you don't have a compelling state interest because Anglos are not politically cohesive. So therefore, there's no Section 2 basis for that.
So
then you violate the 14th.
If we make the assumption, though, so assume for me, just for a moment, if I were to provide the evidence that Anglos are politically cohesive in the areas that are under scrutiny right now, you would change your statement. And that, in fact, would be that this line would be appropriate in the eyes of the Supreme Court, correct?
I'd have to review the data, but if I were convinced that it's a majority CVAP Anglo district, and they're politically cohesive at a level that they can control the district, and minorities vote as a bloc against those same candidates, those three factors that the Supreme Court has articulated, I would say such a district has to be drawn, whether it's for whites, blacks, or Latinos or Asians.
Right. It's the same, and that's an important statement. It's the same for everyone when they're in the minority position, correct?
Well, I don't agree with the Fifth Circuit's decision necessarily that whites are protected by the Voting Rights Act.
But it's the law, right?
Well, it's the law in the Fifth Circuit, but it's not the law in any other circuit yet. And the reason, if you look at the Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act was supposed to level the playing field for historically disadvantaged people. Whites have not been historically disadvantaged in Dallas County or elsewhere in the nation. So Latinos have been, African Americans have been, Asian Americans have been, American Indians have been, Native Americans, so Pacific Islanders. I mean, there's all kinds of groups that need this protection. And if you look at the factors that Congress laid out, it talks about, is there a history of discrimination against that group? Well, there's no history of discrimination against whites like there is for blacks or Latinos in this country. There's no socioeconomic disparities that lower the level of white people in comparison to black people. It's blacks, Latinos, and other minorities that are suffering socioeconomic disparities. So those are the things that lead me to believe the Voting Rights Act doesn't necessarily protect them, but we are in the Fifth Circuit, and that is the law. The only other point I would make is that this also, as I mentioned earlier, splits White Rock Lake. And if you look at this map, you see that the lines seem to go around and capture in district, and I'll stick with District 1 for a second, capture Latino precincts, Latino growth area down there in Mesquite that Mr. Angle mentioned. It goes all the way up and picks up the part of Garland that has some Latinos. And then if you look on District 4, it goes up and picks up Farmers Branch, and it separates really Latinos from Anglos up there in Carrollton and Farmers Branch. And those raise concerns for me as a matter of law. And I wanted to bring that to your attention. I know we're not voting on maps today, and you're just going to hear public comment, but I want you to be aware of that.
Hang on one second. Say that again, please. I missed that.
So if you look at the map and you see the areas, and let's look at District 4, that silo that goes up at the top, well, that's Farmers Branch, and that's Carrollton. And the precincts that are picked to drop into 4 are heavily Latino, and there's white precincts on either side, Anglo precincts on either side that are left out and put in 2. And this is, consistent with Mr. Koch's statement that he was trying to get white precincts that would improve Republican performance. So I'm just pointing that out.
That piece, of course, was suggested by Dr. Garcia, and I'm sure, I'm not going to speak for her, but on that I-35 corridor, you have that incredible growth with Hispanic families, and they would benefit tremendously by having a Spanish speaker, by having someone who has been steadfast in the representation of that community. So, I mean, when I saw that, yeah, it breaks my heart that it breaks up Farmers Branch and it breaks up Carrollton. But, I can't think of anyone better to represent those folks in a fully competent way that I don't think I've been able to do. I've tried my damnedest, but I can't do that as well as Dr. Garcia can. So what does that, factor in here?
Well, what it factors in is nothing, because what you've just alluded to doesn't change the fact that you've separated voters by race in those areas of Farmers Branch and Carrollton and Mesquite and Garland. So it doesn't change anything. And we can't separate voters on the basis of race. If we've learned anything in the last 10 years from the Supreme Court is, and John Roberts probably is the most quoted one to say this, the way to stop discriminating on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race. You can't separate people out by ethnicity or race in drawing districts unless you have a compelling state interest for doing so. And in my judgment, you do not.
Every shift that we have seen from the benchmark maps, when there has been a decrease in Republican outputs, there's been a decrease in Anglos in District 2. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that's uniform, because as Mr. Engel pointed out, in some precincts, that's not true. In others, it is true. There are a lot of precincts where whites vote Democratic. Commissioner Daniel knows this probably better than anyone.
So your concern would be true of Koch's map and C?
Correct.
Okay. So and I want to hear from Mr. Rios on this too. So following that logic, how would you ever build a Hispanic opportunity district?
Well, a Hispanic Opportunity District exists here. It's District 4 has performed for Hispanic voters for 10 years. And since it has performed, and again, I have the voting rights lawyers have to say this, but it can't be deconstructed as a Hispanic district. It is, because it performs as one. That's different from trying to create something.
You don't retrogress yet, but let me just, as a person who was part of the last redistricting, when Dr. Garcia, came to this court, it is primarily because of the criterion we're talking about now, because it was African American, CVAP again, that elected her primarily. Then it began to perform once they redid the district in 2010.
So
But I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind, too, as it relates to this map. In all of the maps that you've seen today, the citizen voting age population of District 2, the Anglo citizen voting age population is well over 50%. And so
is the concern that
the citizen voting age population.
Yes. With this map, this heat map, and the C map, is the concern that
Touch or the regular map?
both, is your concern the precision, your perceived precision by which they cut neighborhoods? Because maybe I'm mishearing you, but from what you're saying, I don't know how you ever build another Hispanic Opportunity District if you can't take into account where Hispanics live.
I'll let you answer that. So in Farmers Branch, just to use this as an example, the part of Farmers Branch that is picked is the Latino community. That's the group that's placed in District 4.
Okay.
Anglos in that area are not put in District 4, and they live right next door, so the line was drawn to separate voters on the basis of race.
And that's not okay.
And that is unconstitutional unless you have a compelling state interest, which you don't. But I will say that, sure, District 4 would be effective for Latinos. I'm not sure District 1 would be. In fact, I think it would not be. I think that Commissioner Daniel, based on the election returns by precinct that I've looked at, just my eyeball test, I think they'd have a hard time beating her in that district. But that doesn't justify racially segregated lines with surgical precision going in and picking out Latino precincts to put into districts without having a compelling reason for doing so.
So just so I understand, the concern is the surgical precision, because you certainly could, you're not saying that you can't build two Latino opportunity districts.
No, you can create Latino districts that perform for Latino voters if you can justify them as a matter of law. But in my view, you don't have those criteria present with respect to the second district. And what gives me graver concern is that the entire plan gets put at risk because of what I would consider the courts would find likely racial gerrymandering in this map.
Okay. Mr. Rios?
Yeah, I would just make a few points. As far as communities of interest are concerned, the Latino community of interest has a higher priority than the city of Farmers Branch. It's higher up there in the stratosphere for importance as far as the law is concerned. The second thing is that Commissioner Daniels gets a lot of support from the Hispanic community because they like her, so she gets a lot of support from them. So I'm not sure that that district is going to jeopardize anybody. And the last thing I would say is that the citizen voting age population is important, but remember that there is an undercount of Latinos, a higher undercount than any other community. So while a district might look a little shaky in the absolute figures, in reality, it's probably a higher percentage and a more realistic opportunity for the Latino community, because the realities of the data has shortcomings, especially when it comes to the undercount.
Anything else? No. We may have questions for you after we hear from the speakers, because the commissioners will have things they may want to say and they have questions they may want to ask. If available, please read the rules of the quorum for our public speakers.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the vision of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. And then all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that we have speakers on a variety of issues, but right now we're just hearing from speakers on the matter before us, which is redistricting. If you're here on another issue, we will hear from you at the normal time for our public speakers. Our first public speaker on redistricting is Hilda Duarte.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. On the screen up here, when you start speaking, there'll be a little clock. When the clock goes to 0, just finish your sentence or your thought.
Good morning, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning on the redistricting maps. I would like to point out that Map C is my choice for this court to follow and vote on. As Dr. Garcia mentioned, it does have the lowest deviation among the 4 maps that were presented today, and it's more equal also from the 3 maps, and it takes into account of the election numbers and results. So the map will create 2 Latino opportunities, and as you hear from the rest of us, my colleagues and my friends from the community, we'd like for you to adopt this. And Mr. Coach, thank you for your enthusiasm, but District 2 is already all white. It's already all Republicans, so I believe your map, it doesn't make sense for us to vote on. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Renee Martinez.
Good morning.
Good morning, Renee.
Greetings to commissioners. My name is Renee Martinez. I'm president of LULAC Council 100, one of several councils in the Dallas area. I think it's imperative, based on the discussions that you all have had, that, and I think most of you recognize, the demographic changes and growth of the Latino community in the city of Dallas, in Dallas County, and in the state of Texas. I think you all are a very intelligent group that understands numbers, has disaggregated this information with the consultants, and I would hope that you plan to do the best in terms of making sure that the Latino community in Dallas County is represented fairly and justly. I am supporting the proposed Map C. And I don't want to be redundant because I think others are going to mention it, because it has the lowest deviation of the 3 proposed maps, and the District 4 commissioner in Map C is arguably the most compact of the 3 proposed maps. Map C is drawn in a manner that takes into account the election results for elections held within Dallas County over the last decade, and it considers communities of interest, which is very important. Map C is the only map that creates 2 districts that give Latinos the opportunity, not the guarantee, the opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Our next speaker is Summer Gonzalez. Go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm online. Thank you to everybody at the court. It's good to see you all. I would like to start my time by quoting Senator John Cornyn. In 2019, he said that Texas gained almost 9 Hispanic residents for every additional white resident last year. So we can safely understand that the growth in Dallas and throughout Texas is by Hispanics, which is why I pose this question to the court. Why aren't we creating a map that will guarantee more representation for Latinos? I agree that we should keep Map C because it has the lowest deviation, but I would also like the court to consider opening up more districts for Latino voters. I know that Commissioner Wiley said something about, well, the black voters generally are more engaged voters. I don't disagree with that because I know that Hispanics are disengaged when it comes to voting. But I'm just asking the court, for now, go ahead and take map C, but look towards creating more opportunities for Latinos to have representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hector Flores.
Good morning, Judge and fellow county commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here before you. My name is Hector Flores, and I live at 1030 Tracy in Duncanville. I've been there for 37 years, and I guess this is like my third or fourth rodeo in the time that I lived in Dallas. Every 10 years, it seems like we have to go back. Sometimes it might appear like it's a charade or that we're making sausage like they do at the legislature, but I think it's important for us to make comments as to what we expect. We know that Hispanics and blacks in this country have been traditionally cracked and packed in the past during the redistricting process. We've been divided. We've been diced and spliced during the redistricting process. And we hope that we take into account the fact that Latinos have fueled the growth not only in this community, but in this metroplex and in the state. Hopefully, as you're deciding how you're going to give equity to our numbers in our community, you will decide that perhaps, given all the data that's been presented before you and the three plans, that you will agree that map C is the best remedy in accommodating equity for everybody due to the lowest deviation of the three proposed maps and our current map. This means the population in this district is more equal on this map than the other proposed maps. The four Commissioners' Districts map C are arguably the most compact of the three proposed maps. Map C is drawn in a manner that takes into account the election results for elections held within Dallas County over the last decade. It considers communities of interest. Map C is the only map that creates two districts that gives Latinos the opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice. Thank you so very much for listening to me, and I hope you'll pay attention to those remarks.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Omar Jimenez. Mr. Omar Jimenez. Omar Jimenez.
He's online? He's not online?
No.
Okay.
Is he online? No. Okay. This concludes our stand-up speakers. I don't know if I said it a third time, Omar Jimenez, but this concludes our stand-up speakers on this issue. Commissioners, do you have anything else to add before we conclude our public hearing? Any of you?
No. Well, just yes. So on April 16th, 2019, I was just a couple months on the court. We had a resolution that was brought forward by the League of Women Voters, and it was regarding redistricting at the state level. And, you know, they were basically requesting that we make the statement that, hey, listen, you know, no more gerrymandering, you know, don't engage in that. During that same discussion, Judge Jenkins stated that, you know, hey, listen, we're in, and it was because of a certain back and forth. We're in a county where at least 30-some-odd% of folks at the top of the ticket have voted for Republican candidates, and therefore there should remain a Republican district. Both from what we heard today and in the paper, Judge Jenkins, you seem to be saying something different now. Are you still, you know, sticking with the April 16th statement? Or are you someplace different now that, you know, there should not be one district that gives Republicans the opportunity to voice their concerns in the Commissioner's Court?
I'm listening to the public, all of you. I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm the only person up here whose district will not change as I run countywide. So I want to hear from what the public has to say about all these issues.
So no comment.
You read that as no comment. What I'm saying is I am open to hearing from everyone.
Well,
including you.
I mean, in your opinion, should there be at least one district that remains Republican?
I'm open to hearing from everyone.
Close the public hearing.
I was unaware of this matter, of the extra maps, when I signed up to speak, and I signed up on a different matter. Can I also speak to this, since you're asking to hear from everybody?
You can speak.
It's fine with me.
Will I still get to speak at my
Well,
regular
hang on
time?
1 second. See, when you don't sign up on that matter, then I gotta get all 5 members of the court to agree. It's
I had
fine.
a-
Me if you speak. Does anybody object to her speaking on redistricting?
No objection.
No objection.
Okay, I live in Rowlett, in that section that's in question, and I'm Anglo, and I don't support Koch. I don't vote Republican, I don't vote conservative. I've been up here begging you guys for help, and y'all don't represent me. So it'd be nice to see some more fairness. There's men up here speaking about decades that they've been doing this, and then there's people like me that are just trying to get any kind of representation, and that are up here speaking to you and can't get it. So I'd just like to see you guys representing us and not just working for your own gain. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from commissioners before we close, or before we close up the public hearing? Hearing none,
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Okay, let me do that. I forgot to do this. Are there any further public speakers? Are there any further public speakers? Are there any further public speakers? Oh, go ahead, sir.
I am signing up to speak to that. Speak to what? For what?
About redistricting?
No, sir, no, sir.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. But I'm sorry, are there any other public speakers on redistricting before we close?
Okay.
You want to speak, sir? Come on up.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello, Cullen Shar, currently a resident in the...
Give your name and your address for the record.
My name is Cullen Shar. I'm a resident at 6603 Lakewood Boulevard, currently in District 2, but bandied about moving around. I think this is first experience in redistricting hearing for me. It's odd to see national and state politics play such a large role in the administration of government within our community. With that in mind, I think Map B more accurately reflects the way we live our lives. We are in municipalities. If you look at how where we live, where we work, Map B reflects that. And if I hear the discussion Commissioner Koch keeps bringing up, it sounds like an argument over where Lake Highlands High School and where Woodrow Wilson High School, where they're divvied up, and if that map makes sense. I would argue Map B provides a great avenue towards a map that makes a lot of sense for a lot of people in this room and a lot of people in the city. So thank you all for your time today.
And you're saying B like beta, like boy?
B as in beta, B as in boy.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other public speakers? Any other public speakers? Any other public speakers? Take that motion to close now. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, takes us back to our presentations. Commissioner Price has the next presentation.
I'm going to move the sheriff's commissary ahead of the other presentation that I have. I saw it here earlier. Okay. Let me. Okay. The auditor is here. Each I'll wait until she gets here. Yeah, that's all. I don't know if the court is aware or not. this sheriff inherited a number of issues, one of which is the commissary. And it wasn't until such time that she and the auditor was able to come to an agreement to finally assign an individual to this particular unit. Was there a discovery that there had been some ongoing issues? The auditor has issued a report on 10/13, has released it on October 15 with regard to the sheriff inmate trust fund. He did a special audit with regards to that, and so I couldn't think of anybody any better to give the other history and backdrop than the sheriff herself, since it's under her purview. So, sheriff and your individual you've assigned to that area will talk about this particular special audit.
To the court this morning, thank you for allowing us an opportunity to speak this morning. As you have stated, Commissioner Price, in the summer of 2020, Mr. Daniel Simon came back to the department to serve in the capacity of our Chief Financial Officer. It is a capacity in which he had previously served in an interim state before he went to the auditor's office. And so I asked him to come back in 2020. He did come back, and shortly thereafter, he advised that there were some issues that he had observed that he felt needed some closer inspection. And he said he wanted to just let me know that there were some items that he was looking at, that he would keep me apprised of them, and he has kept me apprised of them. He came to me the beginning of the year and said, I would like to ask you if we could do, he explained to me what was going on, and then he said, I'd like to ask if we can have a special audit performed. And I did request a special audit be performed of the auditor's office. And as you said, the report has been released to you just in the last few days. I believe it has been released to you all. So I'm here willing to answer any questions that you have. The audit report was delayed, I will say, because I asked Mr. Thomas, our county auditor, if he would stand by prior to releasing it due to the fact that there are some criminal elements involved, and because I wanted to have an opportunity not only for our detectives to look at some things, but also it has been transferred over to federal law enforcement now, and so we were trying to make sure that we were protecting the integrity of the investigation. Therefore, we were standing by on releasing the report. But it has been released, and I'll be happy, myself and Mr. Simon, to answer any questions that you have related to same this morning.
Sheriff, let me ask you, you did recruit Mr. Simon to return because he left, and I'll say probably not of his own volition, but and therefore, but he had been in the sheriff's department and in the county for how long, Mr. Simon?
It's been 20 years now.
20 years.
Yes.
And you basically was, prior to this administration, was, I guess, you left to join the auditor's office, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And this sheriff and Mr. Thomas recruited you to return to this position, correct?
That's correct.
And how long after you were here did you discover, as a chief financial officer, that there was something amiss?
After a week or so, like in 2 weeks, I was looking through the bank accounts, and with my previous experience, this particular account had a daily balance of 500,000 or more. But when I checked that, it was like $50,000, $60,000. So I had my doubts, so I went through and I informed Sheriff that there is I feel like there's money shortage. So I just further looked into, then I thought there is an audit was needed. I got Sheriff's permission to go ahead with that.
So as a result of your historical knowledge and years, you have made some suggestions to the sheriff procedurally to begin to deal with this fund differently. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it is my understanding that the auditor, Mr. Thomas, is in agreement with the operation or process that you that you guys have that the sheriff has put in place to try to make sure that in the future we're not going to have this challenge. There's some oversight. Oversight, and then there's some oversight, and then there's some oversight. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. As I said, you've been in the department, been with the department about 20 years, and you returned after you were recruited and discovered this just almost immediately.
That's right.
In 2017, 2015, when was this started to discover? Because obviously the audit is from 2015 to 2021. Which year are we talking about?
I returned to Sheriff Department in 2019. I'm sorry, 2020.
Oh, well, so it's, this started in 2015 to 2017.
No. The auditor who was here will tell you that he went back that far in terms of doing the audit, because based on what Mr. Simon found, when he just returned, he found a pattern.
Yeah.
And the auditor, who is here, can speak to the fact that he made a determination that he needed to go back further than even what Mr. Simon had gleaned.
Okay.
And so
because we're talking about more than $699,000.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is,
What I haven't, and I apologize, Sheriff, I haven't had the opportunity to read the whole thing. I just read half through it. But, I mean, the fact that we have over $500,000, that were not accounted, and that they were 306 debit cards, were issued in excess of inmates' trust funds accounts balance. I bet you this was going on for quite some time, but it just got worse in the last 3 or 4 years, and it's when I remember this when it came into the media. There was a media, news that came out about this. Wasn't it, Sheriff? That's why we started, Mr. Auditor, the investigation?
No. In fact, we have been able to determine back as far as 2016 where instances were happening. And so when, again, Mr. Simon came back to the office, knowing that he had been in place previously, when we placed, I say we, I was not in the sheriff's capacity at that time, but when controls were put in place to make sure that funds were rightly accounted for, he knew that he had been in place when those controls were put in place. So when he returned to the department, he said, there's something going on here, I need to figure it out. He came to me and he said, I don't know what's going on, but I'm giving you notice that there is something that is going on here, and it's been going on for a minute, and I'm going to figure it out, and then I'll come back to you. And so, again, we've been able to articulate back as far as 2016 when this was taking place. And Mr. Simon noticed it in 2020.
So, Mr. Auditor, are we ready to, obviously, there's several points right here that are very troublesome. You know, the fact that the destruction of debit credit cards, there's no written policies for the destruction of them. You know, or tracking them, or securely storing them, or reviewing them, or destroying them when they're damaged. That's one thing that I have great concern. The access to inactive inmate accounts. That means that when an inmate leaves, you know, people can continue to conduct transactions on inactive accounts after the inmates were released.
They've changed, but see, that's what they're saying. While they have made this discovery, they have changed operationally. They've changed all that. I'll let Mr. Thomas speak.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, and also, can you also speak to the fact of the fiscal cash log and the fact that we also would like to see, you know, the Fund 14 instances when the clerks use, you know, $4,000 from the trust cash, you know, for transportation activities. You know, I mean, if you can, you know, make some comments about this and how are we fixing this? I mean, this is
They've
not
already
good at
done
all.
it. That's the reason we're getting the report. But anyway, yes.
Judge and Commissioners, once we were called in, you know, typically when we go in and do a regular audit of any department in the county, it's not guaranteed to detect fraud. It's not a fraud audit. So it wouldn't be caught in a normal audit process. But when we called in to say there is something wrong, we change our total audit approach and we're looking for specifics. So once we were called, I have my manager and my one of my senior auditors that was on this task. I assigned 4 auditors to this audit. It took them 3.5 weeks to figure out what was going on with this scheme. It was really searching for a needle in a haystack. Even though the dollar amounts are large, we had to figure out how did it transpire. And basically, one of the auditors stumbled upon it. And once we stumbled on one transaction, we could track it all the way back because we knew what we were looking for. Let me speak to point 1, the debit cards issued in excess of inmate balances, which is where the money was actually manipulated. One is, I guess, let me go on and certify. I helped design this system when I was in the Sheriff's Department. And those controls were there.
So what happened?
Well, a couple things. One is we didn't have people with proper background to continue and keep them in place and properly review them. That was the first issue. The second issue, there were some changes made to the systems that were built in control that was done by the vendor that owns the software through someone in the Sheriff's Department that asked them to make those changes. And that part, we haven't identified whom it was. We knew it was on the jail side. So what really happened is when the system was designed, you couldn't go back into, once an inmate leaves the jail, it's in a final close. You couldn't go into, once an inmate left the jail, you couldn't go in and do any adjustments to that account. There was a procedure set up that opened that up, which allowed the person to go in and manipulate that. So what happened is, say for instance, if an inmate walked out with $1,000 on the debit card, okay? The inmate gets his money, but later that day, you see the same $1,000 hit the books again because they were able to go and reinstitute the $1,000 on the inmate books and issue it to a debit card. That's what opened up the door to it because that one change, it was an error they placed in because they were trying to make sure that inmates, if there was an error, that they could fix it. The only time they were supposed to be able to adjust an error, it was then done by the chief financial officer. It wasn't done by anyone in the vault. No one had that capability. It was open up to the supervisors and the clerks in the vault that shouldn't have that access. Now, the biggest problem was there was a couple changes made to the system. That was one. The other one is when the system was designed, we didn't want debit cards to be free or loose in that environment. So we had a special built debit card automatic distributor that when the vault clerk found, if an inmate had $50, when they hit the button, it issued it on the debit card automatically. The clerk didn't have to determine what amount was, the computer would do it. Okay? The credit card dispenser started malfunctioning. Instead of putting another one in that way, they went to where they had debit cards loose in the vault, which happened about 3 years ago, which is a risk. So it's changes within the system that open up the door. And what happened is the auditors that were in, once we identified one of the transactions, we identified who was doing that transaction. We were able to track back year by year. We just worked our way back until we found those transactions. And at that time, we went to the sheriff and gave it to their special investigation unit to look at it because we knew we had a theft in place. And one of the reasons on the dollar amount, we did not really state a dollar amount because until the special investigation was over with, we knew what we identified, but we wanted to make sure those were good charges as we look at it because a couple of issues we did run out, and as commissioners you probably need to know this, we had to catch the person on camera. And it was hard. We were initially only able to catch the person on camera on the most recent transactions because our cameras in the buildings overwrite every 30 days. So we couldn't go back. Also, the debit card machine that was being used frequently had no camera. And so that was an issue. Then we identified banks that the debit cards were used, and we went to that bank.
Yeah. Watch good investigate, cousin.
Okay. All right. So we were able to identify the banks.
Right. And when it comes to the commissary network, I mean, is that also based on the technology? Because, it says here that utilizing the complete accounting functionality of the KCN to track inmates' funds activity is not taking place.
Commissioner?
They didn't have an accounting system. How could you use a commissary network money that is specifically for inmates without an accounting system, user guides, and training materials, but requested by the audit?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And so as you go through each one of these points, all of them have been attended to and adjusted and correct. We had to bring the vendor in to train the staff so they could properly use the software. It had not been done when the changes to the system had been made.
Well, and of course, all this is going to be turned to the FBI. For
I'm
addition,
sorry.
this is being turned over to
They've already
the FBI for additional investigation.
They turned it over to federal authorities.
Excellent. Yeah.
So on each of these items, we were able to do it. If you notice in the report, we were able to backtrack and look at debit cards that were actually destroyed, that we were able to get the vendor to give us a refund of $97,390 of the funds that were still sitting on a card that had been destroyed. But right now, what we're looking at, what we need to identify, this is a trust fund. So we've got to put the money back. Right now, we are basically holding checks because we can't release them because they won't clear. And we're at the point we have to put the money back into the trust fund.
So to this day, the inmate trust bank account has not been, fully refunded.
Well, it hasn't been reconciled, but that's what they're doing. They have operationally began to deal with a different process and have tried to cure all of those concerns that the auditor had and operationally they had. But the reason it's in release like this, because I wanted to understand that, this sheriff inherited this. This didn't happen in 1 year. This didn't happen in 2 years. It appears as though, from the audit, that this has been ongoing.
2 years, and then the
Oh,
other
no. It's been longer than 2.
Well, no, we did the audit from 15,
But it's been
Sherri Valdez lived in 17.
4 years.
Okay.
4
Yeah,
years.
4 years. Yeah.
4 years. And what I am saying is that, didn't want this falling at the foot of this sheriff. It was, again, Daniel Simon, who after being recruited and returned, Daniel Simon was not the chief financial officer. And after he returned as the chief financial officer, he made the discovery. And all I'm saying is, whether you talk about 600,000 or you talk, whatever it is, the sheriff inherited and has cleaned it up and has basically began to deal with processes along with the auditor that basically try to ensure that there's checks and balances for a trust fund, that this will not occur in the future.
And especially because these were repeat observations from previous audits. It had been seen before in other years, according to this.
What do you mean? No.
Repeat observations from previous audit.
Well-
Inmate trust failing to reconciliate. Inactive inmate accounts with negative balances. Inactive accounts with balances.
Right.
Inadequate use of Kiffy commissary network.
But
So
that's
this has been already-
the report after they began the audit, Mr. Thomas.
It says previous audits. I'm just
Commissioner,
reading out of it.
It was identified in some of the previous audits that we had, but it gets back to the statement, having appropriate people in the position that can identify and make those changes. We had nobody in there that could do this.
And that was the mistake.
But it certainly appeared as
For
if
7
there
years.
was a knowledge of the process beforehand. And I think I had heard that certain items could be turned off or on, which then allowed more or less oversight into certain parts of the process.
Yes, it should be a clearance process when you make adjustments to the system, because if you don't understand how it was designed, you can move one item and it opens it up. And that's basically what happened. When they allowed access to a inmate that has already been released, final release, you can manipulate his balance. Even though the money is gone, they were able to put money back on the books. And it was done with even money. Whatever walked out with, they came back and put the same amount of money on the books.
Then from this report, though, I think what would be the next step then is that the controls will then, and the items that you have addressed as that would be helpful in providing a system with more oversight.
All of the points that have been articulated in the report have been addressed operationally.
Okay.
Policies have been put in place, controls have been put back in place, and we have set it up such that those things are back in place. There's more oversight now, as was not the case previously.
And with going forward, then you'll be able to tell by looking at the reports.
You won't be able to manipulate it the way that
Right,
it
but you'll
was
be able
allowed.
to
That's
tell
correct.
that the controls are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes, and we will be doing follow-up reviews, looking at
Right,
these same
exactly.
areas continuously to make sure those controls are in place.
Mr. Thomas, how long have you been the county auditor?
5.5 years.
5.5 years. And prior to being the county auditor, where were you deployed?
Sheriff Department for 15 years as CFO.
And in 15 years, commissary, give us the breadth of that experience with regards to this fund.
That fund typically never got below $600,000 over that time. Never did.
I'm saying it to the court again, to be very clear. He's been there 5 years. All of a sudden, things changed. And then when things changed, Mr. Simon, when were you redeployed? When did you leave?
I left in 2016. I came back in 2020, end of June.
So you left in 16?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Thomas left just a little bit before 16?
2015.
2015. Okay, so I guess my point is that they both left. All of a sudden, something happened. Things began to change, and
they changed very badly in the next 7 years.
Well,
Question. I mean, since the previous audits, according to you, Mr. Thomas, have already identified some of these issues that were not taken care of for some time, how do we know that from now on those reviews are going to be not only an audit, because you just say that there were some problems that an audit could not really detect without an in-depth investigation. So how are we going to know that everything that is being implemented is really going to work out? How are we going to test? I mean, my question is, how are we going to be sure that this doesn't happen again now in the future?
Okay, it's a couple things, Commissioner. Number one is the first thing we do, we talk to the sheriff and her staff and say, these are the things we need to change in this system. These are the controls you need to consider in putting in place. And what happened is my audit staff will go in and do follow-ups to make sure what they said they're going to do is there. Now, one of the things is, like I say, a regular audit does not detect fraud. But now, once we detect a situation, we will check for that situation every time we come back into that area, because we knew that it exists and it was a problem. But we want to make sure we will do follow-up to say each one of these items, is it still functioning the way the sheriff has responded to us and said it is functioning whenever we come back into that area.
all I'm saying for the record is Mr. Thomas was there 15 years. They didn't have any problem when he and Mr. Simon both left. All of a sudden it occurred. I just didn't want it to fall on this administration as though all of a sudden there's a problem in the commissary trust fund. It was both of them, Mr. Simon, who returned, who basically unearthed it, and it went from there. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Sheriff, Ms. Thomas, thank y'all. Thank you.
At this time, our redistricting council, thank you. The redistricting council has to get flights to get home, probably costing us a fortune. So we're going to have a short closed session on redistricting, ask any legal questions that the court members may want to, and we'll come back out and continue on with our session.
We're going to break for close. We're going to have to shut everything down, and we'll have to ask everyone to step out into the lobby, and then we'll call you back in when we come back to open. Our attorneys do have to catch planes, so we wanted to catch them before they left.
12% of 29. But they're still going to have a good vacation. Okay. You know that sadly we can only use it for health.
I'm going to check with the judge.
Yeah.
Sherri.
No, I'm gonna see. Yeah, he told me to go ahead on. I mean, if you may be ready to come down now.
For consent?
Yeah, just 1 second.
They're going to check on the judge, Commissioner.
I'm gonna put my second presentation off until, not this one, but the next regular court session. Yeah, not the special call meeting. I know my colleagues are heartbroken, but
We are.
I'd love to
yeah.
hear about it.
And after the last one, I expect something with a movie on the
Well, I
next
guess
one.
it depends on when the maps are ready, when the next Wednesday.
Okay, where are we?
Okay, so we're back from closed session, Judge. No decisions having been made as a result of the closed session.
So the court is resuming, and I believe we had a presentation.
No, I just said, yeah, I'm gonna put it off until the next.
All right, this takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion on the
So
consent agenda?
moved.
Second.
Oh, wait, I put personnel.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
I'm
that's it.
sorry, okay. This is consent agenda except for sheriff's personnel. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion on,
Sheriff's personnel, also move.
Second.
all those in favor signify by saying, oh, do you want to say anything, Dr. Garcia?
Same issue. I mean, the tracker doesn't look like we're moving. I know that we already met with the sheriff department and the juvenile department, but nevertheless has not materialized in numbers, so I will be voting no. Thank you, Judge.
And I will be abstaining.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No, I think
No.
you mean no. You mean no.
Abstain.
All those against and those 2 abstentions. So that is 2 for, 2 abstentions, and 1 no. All right. Next before us
Is the award of water bids. It's only one bid award that's before us. I will move that bid award.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is court orders M1 through 35 and addendums 36 through 45. Pulling 15 as we've already.
Can you repeat it, Judge? You're muffled.
We did the RFP, right? We did both the bids and RFP. I just don't know if we said it.
We didn't
No,
do
we
that.
did say. No, we just did the award of bid.
Yes, next on our agenda is the RFP.
And I'll move the RFP.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next before us is court orders 1 through 45, pulling 15 as we previously voted and passed that.
Right.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Daniel, is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, some comments.
Go ahead.
I have a comment on one of the items that was according to, hold on, Bear Creek, Public Works, agenda item number 29. I find amazing that on the phase 3 of this development, they forgot to bring these to the Dallas County Commissioners Court as they should have. And then that the streets they dedicated to the public area use forever. I found that I'm trying to be very nice and choosing my words, but I mean, just to dedicate some streets for the public use forever is not what we would expect.
Well, let me just say, Judge Roden.
But let me finish.
Okay.
I mean, I know that they have to come now because they want to be sure that they can name the streets. So my recommendation, and Judge Roden, I know you've been working on this with Public Works, I will ask that before we do anything, they sign the agreement like we did with Wilmer. I think this is the way we want to go, and I just find that it's a better way for the Commissioners Court to have more control on how these kind of interlocal agreements are moved and hopefully executed in the future.
Yeah, let me just say to the court, had discussions with this developer with regards to the matter, and along with Public Works, they went around us. As such, because we did not have the agreement in queue, they were able to proceed. And once they proceeded, then they kicked back on us because we are responsible under the quote 911 for the labeling of addresses. And I'm not going to say anything that's out of, but nonetheless, he negotiated, because again, keep in mind, this is a municipal utility district. And unlike when I did Bear Creek 2, I took the streets in. Judge Roden negotiated so that we, in fact, would get the streets in a way that they'd have to maintain it. Yes.
Just to clarify, just because the developer puts on a plat that it's dedicated for public use, that does not make the county responsible.
Right.
Under the law, the county would have to adopt those roads in order to be required to maintain those roads. What this agreement does is simply, they wouldn't be the county's responsibility, but what it does is it simply confirms in writing that the utility district, this is not about the developer, this is the utility district, right, that the utility district will in fact be responsible for the maintenance of the roads in phase 3. So that's what this is related to, right, is that. There was the language in the plat that did not create a legal obligation on the county to maintain the roads, but I believe Public Works felt it would be good that we clarify who would be in charge of the maintenance, and the utility district has signed an agreement verifying that they will be the entity that will be responsible for the maintenance of the roads.
Well, and I'm glad we catch it, Judge, because otherwise, I mean, you never know if they will or they will not. And at the end of the day, it's on the unincorporated area, and, you know, we should be at least made aware of this.
Not until such time, unfortunately, we get those agreements.
Well, and that's why, you know, Commissioner, we say no until we have all those agreements before we have substandard housing built in unincorporated areas.
Well,
that's my pitch. I've been very, very steady on.
Well, and again,
because these things start to happen.
And while he says this is not the developer, this is the MUD, my position is, you know, as far as I'm concerned, they're almost inseparable, because you can do all development in the world, but if you don't have a MUD out there, you know, you can't make the development work.
Correct.
Okay, so.
And then planning and the city, I mean, the city wants this done. They want people to come into their, you know, economic development areas and be customers. I get it. You know, I get that the city is going to say, yes, please build it. You know, my job is to be sure that anything that is built in unincorporated areas is built with the standards, is built as, you know, housing that, you know, the county can be proud that it's developed.
But unfortunately, and I hear that, Dr. Garcia, but we don't have any thought? Okay, got it. And then you spend more time.
We got it, but they have to sign that MOU now.
Right.
I mean, just like Wilmer did, Lancaster and all the unincorporated areas, neighbors should do that.
Well, yeah, and believe me, Mr. Tamayo and I are pushing, and I basically.
No pressure, Mr. Tamayo.
I pushed him toward this one next. So.
This is the perfect timing.
Yeah. Okay.
What else? I think that was the big one. The Sheriff Academy, the creation of deputy cadet positions. I think that is a good idea to come. like we've been saying all along, I mean, things have to change, and this is a good way to move forward. Hopefully, it's a more diverse group of people. That's my personal feeling about this. And about what else? I think those are my 5 cents. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watkins, for that. And having listened, having sat through jail sanitation and listened, and you have serviced them, and it's in many ways that's assistance to not only the Sheriff's Department, but to most of our employees. So thank you. Okay.
One more. I'm sorry, Commissioner. The professional services agreement between Dallas County, Texas, and Griffin, Mosley, and Johnson and Associates. Hopefully, they can also look into the fact that the briefing that we have in the facilities subcommittee about the jail,
right,
and give some of that input. We've
right.
been paying them for a long time,
yes.
and then we didn't pass one of the times, so might as well. Hopefully, they can help us at no additional cost.
And it's
Thank you
always
so
so
much.
impressive to see that we just keep on moving. SAMHSA grants keep on moving forward. So many of our MOUs allow us to continue using information that is shared by so many entities. And one of them is like the PCCI folks. I mean, so there's a lot of good things going on. And I just say thank you not only to our budget director, but purchasing. I mean, everyone has to put their oars in the water for all this stuff to work.
I've looked at 38. I said I was going to vote no, but I'm going to support it. But I still have a problem with not just who we're appointing, but the organization. That's a whole nother story. Call the question.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to our public speakers who are on matters other than redistricting. Our rules of decorum have already been read.
Hold on, Judge. Mr. Martin, with what you handed out and closed, do we have to give this back to you?
We will have an item on the agenda next week, so I would hold it and put it.
Hold it. Okay, gotcha. Okay, just make it sure. Gotcha.
Just wanted to be sure that we can keep it. Okay.
Our first public speaker is Alexander Stein. Alexander Stein. Our next speaker is Sheikh Tahuti. There.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioner and everybody. Glad to be here. What I'm addressing today is Judge Clay Jenkins' real estate COVID order shutdown. The minute that he gave that order to Dallas, I had a case pending in Judge Stacy Williams' court for TRO for a guy out of California that came here and he cut the locks on my property. I have a stable over on in Dallas in District 3. He comes in, he cuts the locks on my place saying his boss sent him. So I immediately called Judge Stacy Williams where I had the TRO pending, and she amended it. 2 days later, after the city had shut down, some armed guards came and cut the locks, and they came into my place. And when they came into my place, they did an insurrection. And it disturbed me so much that I gave notices that I filed. I went to the city council, to Nell Atkins. I went to code enforcement, Kelly Price. I went to Mayor Eric, sent a notice to, Mayor Eric Johnson. And what had happened that really disturbed me, after they come in and did an insurrection, they put a dumping site there that was out of Louisville. They call it DFW Waste and Management Recycling. They come in there and they start dumping rags. I have pictures for facts, rags, rocks, bricks, houses, tires, cars. And so I was very curious about this illegal dumping because I knew it was a big fact. And I was very upset because I knew this happened to me because the city of Dallas was closed down. And also the state of Texas at that time. The guys that have did this, I have their names and addresses on the document. I made sure each one of the district people have it, and they were very smart. The guy that promoted this scheme was out of California, Cyrus Ruffer, who hired a guy here named Christopher Collier, who was a deputy collector that immediately took and made him a substitute trustee deed, went to small claims court and didn't put a name on it, and 13 years later he comes back and posted it on the fence during the shutdown.
You're out of time, sir. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Your time is up.
Okay. I would like to leave these documents for
Thank you very much.
All right. May I approach?
No. You need to give
Just give them to Darrell
Okay.
or Ms. Martin, he'll hand them out.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, our next public speaker is Robert Ciccarelli. Mr. Robert Ciccarelli, Mr. Robert Ciccarelli. Our next public speaker, did we need to call him? Okay. Our next public speaker is Mr. Michael Wigington. Mr. Michael Wigington. Mr. Michael Wigington. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Wigington.
Can everybody hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm here to speak today to follow up on some points that have been raised previously and to introduce just one piece of information we gained today. Officer Douglas Engel worked for the Fire Marshal's Office from August 4th, 2015 to June 8th, 2018. TCOL has a requirement that any separation of any officer, including for death or retirement, be reported to them within 7 days. It has been over 3 years, and TCOL still has Douglas Engel listed as a full-time peace officer of the Fire Marshal's Office. Further, Douglas Engel has passed 2 firearms qualifications with the Fire Marshal's Office since his retirement. This appears to be fraud, and I am submitting a complaint to TCOL as we speak. In other news, I made a post on Facebook a few weeks ago and tagged Commissioner Koch asking who misrepresented a few key facts to him. Specifically, he was put under the impression that the district attorney's office was the one investigating my sister's complaint. It has since been revealed that the district attorney's office had nothing to do with the investigation. I am asking Commissioner Koch directly right now, who gave you the impression that the DA was doing the investigation? And I'll wait until my time is up.
Well, this is your time to speak, sir. The commissioners can't engage you, but you can ask.
Commissioners are allowed to answer factual, direct questions. It can't be discussed further, but he can give a direct answer to that question if he so chooses.
Well, it's not the way our public speaking works, sir, but if you want to sit silently for another minute, you can.
I'll do that. Thank you.
I'm bringing my dice to the court.
I like that this amuses you, Mr. Price.
It does. If you're going to speak, speak.
I have specific questions I am seeking to get answered, and I've been trying for months, and I've gotten no answer. So this is my only way to try. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Michelle Wigington. about redistricting. She needs to speak about this. She wants to. Ms. Michelle Wigington. Ms. Michelle
I'm here.
Wigington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we were, this is my brother that just spoke. Price was pretty rude too. We were there for several hours today to talk to you. We take time off as often as we can to try to communicate with you guys. And the only way that we can is to show up to Commissioner's Court. And then, you guys talk like you want public input, but then everything you do behind closed doors or even to our faces implies that you don't. Last time we came in person, the building fire marshals, or the, building marshals that are licensed by De Los Santos, tried to prevent us access. They didn't cite anything about occupancy. They just cited Jenkins orders and COVID. They wouldn't let anybody in until it was their time to speak. They would not let us in. When we kept pressing the issue and we started recording and we realized that De Los Santos himself was over there, we talked to him. We questioned him more. After backing them up, he finally goes to count heads because the whole time they're trying to say, 12 members of the public. It doesn't count employees. That room of 158 occupancy is reduced to 12 public members for a public meeting and an unlimited number of Dallas County employees. When we finally pressed him, he let us in. Next time we go out to take a break, we come in, go to the restroom. They huddle together, we come back, and I've got Murphy's hands in my bag. We go back and we watch the lobby videos. Nobody else's bags were searched. Nobody else was violated the same way. They confirmed our names on the speaker list prior to keeping us out of the meeting to discuss the fraud that we found in the fire marshal's office. We are trying to get help. I've been pleading with you. My wife is scared. I'm scared. That's why we approached you in the first place. That's the only reason we're still here. And we're going to keep coming back. We're not going away. We're asking you for help. You can be rude and you can be dismissive, whatever you want. You make your bet. But we are begging you for help. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This concludes our public speakers for this week. There's no other matters before the closed session, as we've already done, or before the Commissioner's Court, as we've already done closed session, so the court stands adjourned.